My brain.
Created the world.
Okay. My brain is kind of on the future. Let me get it to the past.
Watch out.
Okay. Summarized version. You're still in the Deathlands. You had been traveling through the vast area occupied by the Banestorm, only to encounter a group of nomadic Goliaths trying to resurrect a old leader for both historical and practical purposes. The individual helping this group, you guys had found, was a member of the Black Robes, manipulating what was left of the entire tribe, the entire clan, for her own ends. Eventually to have them not use this clan to essentially usurp ancient resurrection ritual to bring forth something possibly from the moon. You guys Challenger onto a 3-on-1 duel, which then ultimately concluded with your hard-won victory. And I don't mean that as exaggeration. People had notable hit point loss, unless you were Eric with an incredible amount of AC. This person was arguably partially converted away from the Black Robes thinking when a superior member appeared, specifically this individual, to essentially be like, don't fuck with junior members of the organization, and eventually skedaddled. Again, I'm highly summarizing. So you have an entire thing where you're like, we're trying to convert over a bad guy, and was partially successful. The area with
trying to convert over Eric was trying to convert over Armoros.
Armoros was, though I didn't see anyone complaining.
Well, Thomas was pretty active.
You're right.
I should kill her.
So I'm just trying to be super summary about this, but you're right. Yeah. Yes, Thomas was like very against.
Ensure my point is
yes. Following that event, it turned out that the area where you guys were having the battle in, which was on the bordering forest on the interior of the Deathlands, was inhabited by Vera hiding in the trees, almost ready to shoot many of people. Ultimately, after thwarting this attempt at manipulation and finding out that you're an inhabit part of this place, ultimately the group decided to aid the Goliaths after the group's primary task was complete of traveling to Mundus. which is the academy. Again, that's super summarized. It was a bit more interesting as it was happening, but there you go.
Well, that's what happens when you summarize. You know,
Yeah. This will require, I believe, 2 days of travel through the Bainstorm, which is not a terribly good place.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
Due to, well, corrupted and fallen being abound and seemingly either summonable or translocatable by the Bainstorm itself. Also, by the way, it has been shown and stated that within the area where the Bainstorm lies, death doesn't work quite right. Like it's actually difficult to resurrect people. Okay. Again, I'm sure other people can fill you in on the details. Also, by the way, since you were there with, you know that Kisa's not there because she's off doing that.
Yeah.
And yeah, you were there for that part. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Sorry. Again, my mind's like in two places at once right now. Okay. Any critical questions from anyone?
No.
Me.
Okay. Disembarking the. I believe you guys actually returned back to the camp and you were disembarking from there.
Yeah, I believe it turned out to be the plan.
Okay. Disembarking the encampment. You'll be making your trek to Mundus under Amoros's guidance, given that he is a student there, so he's well aware where the location actually is.
Well, I suppose at this point it'd be Amoros's and Kami's guidance, since she's doing all the terrain stuff.
The traveling is rather difficult. I will need 4 constitution checks. I know Tristan might know those these are for. Basically, Kami, the Bainstorm has been known to essentially just spawn in corrupted and other forms of like fallen and corrupted beings. The Constitution checks are to represent the idea that.
Yes, I clicked that by accident.
To represent the idea that your characters are having to undergo like either intense or long combats over a protected period, and the as a group, the strength of what you're fighting isn't necessarily enough to be imminently lethal.
So you need how many?
I need 4.
So 4 con checks.
Yep, con checks, not con saves.
Well, it's the same thing for me.
It's not quite the same thing for me. If you give me this food, I can't change it to luck. Sneaky bastard.
Also, what is being done for the purposes of camping?
I'm so glad you asked, David, because I accidentally clicked that a little early.
Okay, it's the...
On the evening of the first day, when everybody else is setting up camp, Ro pulls out his paintbrush, and, Looney Tunes a door into existence.
Yes!
Which he will then offer for the use of other people.
Cool.
It can be sufficient food to serve a 9-course banquet for up to 100 people.
Yeah.
With a staff of 100.
Provided you go inside. I mean, you have to trust the Looney Tunes door.
So, are you gonna, like, do any convincing to get us to trust the Looney Tunes door?
Well, I wasn't sure how much roleplay we wanted to go into this. It's like, he will paint the door into existence and go, okay. Going over the notes and stuff that we got from that black robe chick, she helped me cinch something that I've been trying to work on for a little while now, but I could never quite get the pocket dimension stuff to work. But looking at her little treasure chest, I think I got it. So, if you guys are so inclined, especially you, Thomas, because I know how you feel about camping, I'd like to try something new. It's a little bit, more comfy than what we've been doing. I tried to tailor it to each of your personal tastes. Let me know how I did, because if you don't like it, I can make adjustments tomorrow. Either way, we're not sleeping in. You don't have to sleep in the dirt if you don't want to. I can do you one better, and it is completely safe from behemoths falling out of the sky.
Yeah, the summary kind of skipped that part. Yeah.
It is 100% secure. Nobody has to take watches.
It's just a party, right? There's like no extra people.
We have Zasha, and I think we got Lane.
Yeah.
I mean, besides them. Like,
Yeah, it is just us. We have walked away from the Goliath camp. It is just us.
Okay. Well,
Kami, I especially recommend you take a look, because I think you'll really like it.
yeah, she's like, I'll take a look, but I'll let everybody get settled before I go.
Okay, it's gonna make. I'll have to do the tour twice, but okay. So, opening the Looney Tunes door, going inside.
Hold on. High or low, Tristan?
Well, Brian has established that the default is 4, so that's high.
It's a 1D100, so...
Okay, so I guess I'll go with the upper 50. 51 to 100.
Oh.
Okay, your loss.
Oh.
Just, no, he can't even smell the food coming out of there because it turns to smoke after.
You can't smell the food coming out?
Well, this is obviously there's a GM call here, but it says anything taken out of the place that did not go in with you automatically turns to smoke, as written. So I don't know if food smells count.
What's your passive perception?
Thomas does not have a passive perception. His passive perception is what?
I was about to say, he should have a passive perception. Everybody has one.
Okay.
Like,
And-
I mean, doesn't have perception.
unless you're actively sniffing, I'm not going to ask for a roll. I take it your spell DC is higher than a...
Oh, yeah. I think my spell DC is 20.
Okay. You do...
Yeah, 20.
If there is a scent, your nose is not able to pick it up.
So I guess I'm just going in with the NPCs since Kami said she wanted to wait till after everyone else went in, and Thomas is like, fuck you. So I tried to do something not...
Thomas is gonna be like, yeah. I'm still learning magic. But... What? If this is what you say it is, this is like some god-level magic.
Pocket dimensions aren't god-level magic. It's only 7th tier.
Oh.
I'm not the best at magic, but when I was being taught the arcane studies, they told us anything 10th tier or above is where you got into god level. 1 through 9 is still supposed to be mortal shit. This is in theory the same principle as a bag of holding, but better.
Thomas' higher opinion is all magic is god-level magic, and mortal shit that fuck around in the first.
I'm not disputing that is your opinion. I am just, replying to the statement.
Yeah.
Also, I'm replying to how the player's handbook tells us it works, but... It's up to you. You don't want to go in, but
Can you make me a persuasion check?
sure.
I'll do.
I even get advantage on those. Let's see, where's my persuasion? Okay. I'll go with COVID die and Sierra die.
8. We're gonna go with a
Woo!
15 DC.
Nice. Well, I beat that already. Natural 20.
Alright, great. Yeah, Thomas is finished.
Okay. Walking through the Looney Tunes door reveals a large foyer in what appears to be like a tower. Looking up, it appears like the space seems to exist like inside of a tree.
Ooh, okay.
You know, so taking that elven heritage. There's a spiral staircase going up what would be the trunk. And running along the staircase is a series of paintings seemingly chronicling the history of Idris. You know, mix of like famous paintings and like, you know, paintings Ro has done of the adventures we've had up to this point.
Nice!
Down here on the first level would be a series of, I think it's 5 like large door-sized paintings. One appears to be like a tavern kitchen. One appears to be like a home dining room. There's one that looks kind of like the Roman Colosseum. One that appears to be like a fancy like bathhouse type area. It's like, okay, most of these paintings are doors. So that's the dining room. There's, you know, where you can order whatever the hell you want to eat. This place can, in theory, make anything. We got the training area for Kami. Got the kitchen if you want to harass the cooks. Got the big, fancy communal, you know, bathing area if you're feeling old school. Each of the rooms also come with their own bathing areas.
Okay.
The door will be completely invisible once we're all inside. So, again, don't have to worry about getting jumped. If you will follow me up the stairs, I can direct you each to your own personal chambers. That I have tried to tailor to your taste based on my understanding. Like I said, if I got it wrong, I can correct it when I recast the spell tomorrow. I can't correct it after casting. If you need anything, you'll point to a bell by the door. There is a bell, in every chamber that you can ring, and he will do so. At which point, a group of spectral Moogles will show up, dressed like maids and butlers. This is the waitstaff. They can, in theory, anything a normal waitstaff can do, they can, in theory, do. They are just a really adorable version of Unseen Servant, based on my understanding of this. As these doors are as these rooms are going to be in chronological order, when I met you, there's no bias or anything. Because you can see everything's done chronologically, and the rooms are chronological too. So that's Almaros's room. We're not going in there because he's not here right now. I'm trying to remember what. I want to say he met Kami before Thomas.
I think as the bouncer, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. So, first room that you come to that I actually have to describe because the player's here would be a large painting that appears to be the interior of Kami's wagon.
Okay.
Wait. How have you seen the inside of Kami's wagon?
I've had to wake you up several times for training.
Oh, that's fair.
I believe Kami's outside of the structure.
I don't.
Yeah, okay.
So, if she hasn't come in, I can't take her inside. But so going up to the next one would be Zasha's. That, based on my understanding, would probably be like a Mithra, like kind of like a teepee tent, whatever they live in, their yurts or whatever.
Wouldn't Thomas's be before Zasha's?
I can't remember whether I met Zasha first or Thomas first.
We met Zasha on a mission.
The first mission. We met everyone here in the first mission. I can't remember the specific order.
in her third mission.
Specifically, because I have them organized.
You met Thomas before that.
Mission 2.
Okay, then I will correct. That was a player error because the character wouldn't remember this. So, second one we would come to appears to be the gaming floor of the Den of Sin.
Interesting. I'm excited.
Ro will gesture to follow, and he will step into the painting.
Alrighty. Steps into the painting.
Stepping into the painting. It does appear to be a active recreation of the gaming floor of the Den of Sin. The walls, if you reach out, you'll touch, like towards the far end, you'll reach out and touch it. Like, it is still a flat wall, so it's kind of like an active painting on the wall because I'm limited by the space, but it's kind of creating the illusion of actively being on the floor.
Okay.
With the sights and the sounds. There'll be two other doors coming off of this. One would be located probably behind the bar, where you'd have to go behind the bar, and then the other, and we came in through the Den of Sin entrance, so the other door would probably be the one that would normally take you upstairs. Gesturing towards the door that goes behind the bar. That one is extra special. Might want to check that one out first. Had to do a little bit of research on that one.
I'm curious.
Is it something I need to wait?
No, you can go check it out now while we're down here.
Okay, I will go check on that door.
Opening that door reveals I have no idea on the accuracy of this. That's up to you, but it seems to be a recreation of the Grand Temple of Hermes as based as it would have been seen in like famous artworks.
Okay.
Which is why I was like, I don't know if it's actually accurate, because you never know how representative artwork, especially in our era, would be in terms of that. But,
yeah, I was gonna say that would be.
But the point is, he's making an effort by, like, hey, this is,
and Thomas is gonna be like, oh, is Tommy following us? That's a very important question. Is Tommy just following us into this? Thomas is gonna be like, no, she gotta leave.
No, Tommy will be coming in probably after all the rest of you guys go to bed. She's like chilling outside of this right now. Kristen just went ahead and described.
Well, I described your door. I haven't described your room.
Yeah.
Because they'd see your door. They know what your door looks like.
Yeah. So, yeah, she's not there.
Yeah. And you see little Moogles walking around dressed as like priests and priestesses of the period, as depicted in art. Because again, that's the only frame of reference he has. Again, he had to do research by looking at art.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, this is incredible.
Thank you. The bar is fully functional. So you don't have to come down to the dining area or the kitchen if you want. Again, you can just ring the bell or just use the booze on the bar there. I tried to recreate the stuff I recall being there, but again, I may have goofed a couple.
I typically brew my own stuff, so.
Well, then you got, more stuff in there than you normally would. Upstairs would be your private bathing area and your private bedroom. Again, tried to get that to your tastes.
Only thing missing is my wife.
Funny thing you should mention that.
Oh.
What?
Well, I mean,
door number 3?
again, I can only make a facsimile, but in case you're lonely, it's better than a body pillow.
Okay. For a second, I was like,
like the thought was like he kind of took one of the unseen servants and made it look like Fiona. That it stays up there in the bedroom.
Yeah. Okay.
And it can maybe come down to run the bar occasionally to again make it feel like home.
Oh no, I get that. I've been rolling with this, going yeah, and then I'm like, what? Wait, did you just make her appear? Okay.
no, unseen servant. That it's very clearly a spectral Fiona. But the point is, he made the effort to try and make it feel homey.
Yeah.
So he's got a cuddle buddy or whatever he wants to do with it, because they say it's fully functional.
Yeah.
If that's too creepy, I can remove that tomorrow, but...
No, it's fine. I mean, I guess, like, Thomas is gonna be like, not quite the same thing, but...
Well, I admitted it was not the same thing. The point was I was trying to make it feel more homey, and I know that she, her is part of what makes it home.
It'll be nice to see her on the regular. Versus...
Better as
traveling.
It's like, better than a portrait, not as good as the real thing. I admit that.
Yeah.
The bedroom itself is kind of like Ro's interpretation of like a penthouse palatial like harem suite, so like pillows everywhere, ridiculously large bed, lots of like hanging curtains and stuff to get that Greco-Roman motif.
Yeah. Interesting.
So he's kind of going for like the Olympian palace suites vibe, since he knows Thomas is like into luxury.
Thomas is still like looking around at it going, man, I'm gonna have to give Harmon some redecorating tips.
It almost sounds like Turbline's a little overwhelmed. It's like, wasn't expecting this!
Yeah, no, I mean...
Well, as he said, like he and Ro, don't really see. He doesn't never felt like Ro was making an effort.
Yeah.
So I slapped him with the effort. I've been working on this for a while, but I could never figure out how to do the pocket dimension. I never hit 7th level spells. Now I...
Yeah.
It's like, if you go into a sketchbook, you'll probably have seen this thing in there for a while now. See, now we got a special training area for Kami to slap people around for for training, as opposed to just doing it randomly in the woods.
Alright. Okay.
Kami is still free to hunt the food, but if we can't find anything, the place can provide food. Or can provide things that she could not find in the wild to go with the food she hunts.
That is not consumed by spells.
Such as any booze she can come up with. Including old shit that I've probably never heard of, because it doesn't exist in the new world. It only existed in the old world. It can do that. Because I don't have to understand it, the place just has to understand it. Hell, I don't even think I have to speak. You have to speak the same language to it. I think y'all can speak in your old tongue, and it'll probably still understand it.
It's probably doing some equivalent of like surface mind reading.
Probably, I don't know. Like they don't really go into it.
It just does.
And Ro is not a character to go try and figure it out.
Yeah.
So I imagine like Lane's place is probably like somewhat Spartan, but like kind of like executive Shinra suites.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And again, it's like, Zasha's, he was trying to recreate, like, what little experience he's had with the Mithra. He's trying to recreate, like, a Mithra village feel.
Gotcha. Okay.
And, well, Ambrose will go into it if Ambrose ever shows up.
Okay. I am curious. Are we going to go into yours?
I mean, we can go into mine. Bro probably would not take other people into his.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because it is kind of depressing.
Well, I mean, now I'm just thinking that the entire interior is just the aftermath of your background.
Actually,
sad.
if you go into his, it is the way his house would have looked following that fall.
Okay, so you don't have to go into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, well, okay, wow, okay.
Yeah. Like no bodies or anything. It's just the place, is damaged and burned out.
Yeah, that'd be macabre if there were bodies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dead Moogle's liner.
Yeah. Little X's on the arm.
Oh, and Kami doesn't feel like training anybody, it just wants to fight, so the Moogles can fight too.
Moogle combat!
But only for training purposes. If the place has to be defended, they can't do anything. But
yeah. Oh shit, this is real? Not fan.
Got a little Moogle with like one of those like leather chest harnesses and like a giant axe. Like, yeah, it's like he's got like recreations of like again, chronologically in the time period, just like all the famous artworks chronologically, the old world and the fall and the Calamity and everything.
Zasha's a bit taken aback, as seemingly is everyone else.
Well, to be fair, Rose taking it back too. It's like, oh shit, it worked.
Thank you.
It's not de-resing. Oh, no clipping. Ah!
Okay. Okay.
And he said, we can either eat in the communal area or you guys can order up here. It's all good.
Complete meta comment. I've added slightly more than 500 experience flat for all that, because that sounded like you wrote stuff down and took effort. Nice bit of RP moment there.
I'm not good at the talking, but I can I can express myself through my art.
Okay. Unless people want to do some RP in the
I guess I can
magnificent time capsule.
And I guess I can PM Sierra Kami's, since she's doing that on her own.
I just want to confirm about Kami that were you planning on sleeping outside or sleeping inside the I keep going to call it the magnificent time capsule now. But
that's one thing. Wait.
She would stay outside till
okay.
till maybe near the second to last watch. And then she would knock on the door or whatever.
You don't have to knock, because you were there when he cast it. You can just open it.
Okay.
And it's visible to you, but invisible to everybody. If the door's closed, you can sense where it is, but it is invisible. If the door is open, then there's clearly a Looney Tunes door there.
Okay. And
we also don't have to keep watch, right?
We don't have to, no.
I would say as long as you're inside this place, unless some bullshit happens, you're pretty much shielded from the outside, as I understand it.
Yeah, as I understand it, the only thing that could take it out is Dispel, and Dispel you have to be able to find it. Which means you need True Sight or See Invisibility.
Yeah, she would have just waited till the second to last watch and then be alright. And then would have turned around and taken it.
Okay. Would you have been trying to sleep or just stay awake?
Mostly stay awake. We're closer to Mundus now, so she would be clearly more agitated the closer we got.
Okay. I think you know what your answer is going to be. I'm going to ask anyway, high or low?
It's 4.
Okay. Okay, while you were out there for the watch time, there would have been a excuse me, sweeping period of extreme cold.
Oh, damn, that's my weakness.
I'll need a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, crap. You are on my dice spot. I'm not reading the text, I'm reading from my dice spot. Thank you, sir. Sorry. You got 4 on my dice spot. It's okay. That's okay. I rolled an 18. Plus 3 is 21.
Okay. You are able to bear the cold.
But that does make the question.
Yeah.
Because, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I'm cold an hour.
Oh, do you straight up have a vulnerability?
She has vulnerability to cold, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, if you said that's the case, then it's 15? Okay.
Yeah, 15. But I'm kind of yes, elemental, unbalanced, cold.
Okay, in which case... Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. In that case, I guess you'll eventually... you'll be able to bear it, and then you'll eventually go in when the appointed time occurs. and presumably people enjoy their stay inside the Rose painting, essentially. Okay. As your travels go on, you will eventually complete your movement across the Badlands and see this immense, mountain in this junction of where the Badlands stop and the snow plains begin. There's this rather large mountain with a little bit of looks like almost a little bit of a funneled valley into it when you approach. You will find this structure, this gateway structure, built into it. Though the experiences within the Banestorm have taken because I need to account for that. Okay. Have taken their toll on you between the first and second days. What I posted is your residual exhaustion levels.
Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. I'm gonna reroll my 2 bad ones. Please.
It has been at least a scene.
Okay, if you don't allow me to, that's fine.
Well, I mean, you said it's 2 days travel, so you can get rid of 2 of those in transit, and
because the latter 2 are for the second day.
Okay. Okay, so
I can still use my luck dice for the day on those rolls.
Okay.
That's my argument. That's what I was doing.
Okay. Okay. In that case, it gets reduced to 0.
Okay, thanks.
Because you got 2 from one of them because the roll was so low.
Yeah, crit fail.
Okay.
I would also be willing to give Ro a D10 on the day that he looked exhausted.
awesome.
To try to help out if that's allowed.
Given that I just kind of zoomed across stuff, well, that would have been, looking at the rolls, yeah, that would have been for the second day, so yeah. You can reduce yours to 0 as well, Ro. I know you haven't actually rolled the die, but I'm looking at your number now, so...
I'm reducing it to 0. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like the only really affected was ex-supervisor Lane. Okay.
And
Thomas will, when he goes to inspire Rogue, he'd be like, you really messed up Tommy's room that badly that's driving us at double pace today?
See, that's the thing with Kami. I either messed it up that badly or I nailed it that well. Either way, she's pissed at me. And she'll never tell me which. Though Sierra might tell us after I send this.
You son of a bitch! Oh.
Well, there's one of them I think might have stepped too far. That's why.
Ah. Okay.
I did not give her Spectral Sammy, though. I knew that would be going too far. Though it might be kind of funny if real Sammy shows up and sees Spectral Sammy and then...
Well, I will say this. At least it's not Zeke.
I could do that as purely meta, but then nobody would get it.
I mean, it's
Nobody
not a Zeke,
in-game would get it.
It's not a Zeke situation.
But yeah, I Skyped it over to you, Sierra.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I either did good or I did very bad.
You'll see this, again, this structure, like, built in to
oh, yes,
to the mountain.
I must apologize. Those of you who normally have cheap beds, I did up your thread counts.
Who is a cheap bed?
I don't know. I don't know where some of these people are from. I don't know if they grew up in, like, shitty beds and wouldn't... Not my fault my brushstroke has a higher thread count than your...
Confuse myself. There we go. Okay. Again, the structure's like built into this area of the mountain. The mountain is clearly of hard stone. You'll in fact see areas where there's like metallic ore that glints from the rock face itself. There are two rather armored individuals at the front of the gate, and those with a passive perception of 17 or higher will notice that the flanking towers do have people in them. And that you're dealing with a combination of, for those in the towers, a combination of crossbows, bows, and rifles.
You know, just in case, what didn't work, the other... or they're very slow at updating their weapons.
I have you guys backed a little bit away from the gatehouse marker, because while I can assume you're going to approach, I'm not sure if you want to like dick with the posted guards or something.
Okay. Okay, so approach the gate.
Okay.
Try not to get shot.
One of the ground guards will there we go. will state. Either you're very lost, or you knew where you were going. One of the other ones will look at Amros and then say, "Oh, I think our friend here has brought guests." And the first one will survey the group of you. And speaking of Amros, I forgot to drop Amros. Jesus, a lot of you. As he seems to be a bit stoic. We generally don't just let anyone in, so while you're here, you're a bit of an eclectic group of people.
My name's Romagus. Ember, first class, non-union. This is Amaros. He's of your academy.
This thing else, yeah, I recognize them.
We have business in the Mundus training facility. So it's been like 2 months since we started this plot, so Tristan doesn't entirely remember what it is specifically was. I remember what the specific phrasing of why we needed to be here was.
But we need the item.
Well, meta purposes, I remember that, but I don't remember what the in-character, because I don't think we knew about the item specifically.
I thought you knew about the item specifically.
That's not confirming.
Kisa was aware that, especially after the Divinatory, that the academies were housing, for lack of a better term, secrets of great positive power, as according to the Divinatorium, the academies were able to, at least repel the Ragnarok corruption for a little bit.
Okay.
She herself had always suspected, but found no evidence of the academies housing something ancient and powerful. She believes, and Kisa believes that finding out what the academies are housing would also uncover either the current heroes of light, or at the very least provide a potent weapon for you guys in specific against the corruption and fallen.
Okay, so I guess the phrasing would be then we need to speak to... We are here on business from the Estalia Library. We need to speak to the headmaster? As that would be the person that would in theory have access to what we need.
Oh, that's unexpected. Well, if you were sent from the great library, then far be it for us to prevent your passage. I'll have someone inquire with the headmaster. In the meantime, enjoy the facilities and don't get hurt. Kami, are you dressed in any kind of obscuring way? or are you just coming?
Like obscuring, you mean like hiding myself?
Like, are you like hiding any features? Do you have the generic, burlap colored fantasy cloak on that somehow hides everything?
No,
Okay.
she's not hiding it.
Okay.
Yeah. She's not like Thomas. She's not flaunting herself, but she's not hiding herself.
Okay.
Thomas, when he travels, just really hides his wings unless I very pointedly say they're out.
But you flaunt who you are. At least recently. That's what I'm trying to say. Tom doesn't flaunt her. She doesn't go, I'm inserting here. She just goes, yeah.
Insert name, you mean Inazuma.
Not hiding herself. Not
Okay.
She does seem to the party like she's observing everyone. Like she's being extra critical of everyone that we have like walked into.
Can I get a wisdom roll from you, Connor? As you approach the gate.
Wait, I actually think I've said wisdom. Hold on, let me see. You said a wisdom roll?
Wisdom roll, yes, not save.
Wisdom roll, yeah, I'm good with it. Okay. We're good. We're good.
12? Okay.
I gotta my character roll? Okay, cool. It's cool. I rolled a 7.
You sense a twinge of something. It has to be in the general area of because you can't really pinpoint it. So anywhere within maybe half a mile, but you sense it. The one thing in this world that can kill you.
Do I have a direction?
Because of that roll, it's within half a mile of your current position. It is familiar feeling, however.
Yeah. Yeah. She's being extra critical of everybody. Like trying to be into their soul.
Okay.
She's mugging everyone.
Okay.
Thomas is gonna see that and for a blast.
She will take it and go down it and go. So knock it back. And then say thank you. And then instead of handing the glass back, she puts it in her bra.
Give her unlimited booze, she still has to carry some with her. No, I suppose to be fair, she can't take the unlimited booze with her, so yeah, she kind of has to carry some with her. It's the one limitation of that spell.
Unlimited booze works.
In the bra, just be like, you realize I still grab it, right?
Yes, but it's a comfort thing for me right now. I've heard a whole lot to it.
So what I'm hearing is, you want your tits to be drunk, but not you. Okay. With that, since effectively a messenger is being sent to the headmaster, when you walk inside, you'll see people of various kinds walking around. Some are limping around. tall people, short people. Some are in partial armor. Others are just in a kind of heavy, like a heavy gi. The heaviness, you can tell that there are like plates of metal slipped in to this outfit. Many people are tired. The people that are tired that you're seeing look comparatively less coordinated than the others. Like if like for your own individual fighting prowesses, like if you were to rate yourselves as a group between like 4 and 6, the people that are clearly suffering some levels of exhaustion would be like level 1 and 2. While there are others that are just fine walking around in armor. So basically you're seeing students and stuff wandering around of various experience levels. Unless you want to go somewhere specific, I'm going to move you guys to the main hall.
Okay.
Will that block out your...
Send that to David. Send that to
Okay. Okay. Is anyone not going to the main hall / dining hall?
Yeah, if that's where they're taking us, I see no reason to.
Well, they just sent a messenger and they said like, "What? We'll let the we'll let the headmaster. We'll ask the headmaster about this. Welcome to Mundus Academy. Don't get hurt."
Okay, well, this isn't my academy, so I can't really provide that much of a tour, though I've been here a couple times. So we can either take a tour of the facilities or just pick a spot to hang out.
Yeah. I'm good. Again, not overly excited about Embers. Well, you're a cool Ember. I'm not huge on the entire industry.
Damn, that bribe landed harder than I thought.
You're one of the good ones.
I'm cool now.
I mean,
no takesy backsies.
Did I just call Rogue?
You did. Proud of you.
Double check.
You'll hear the sound of glasses being adjusted. I was about to suggest the same thing.
Hey man, if you didn't like the room, you could just say so.
Oh, I thought mine was quite suitable for myself.
Oh, good.
I just didn't expect, well, Mr. Duro to say anything so flattering.
Huh.
I'm just gonna look at Rain like he drew a second head and be like, I forgot you're still alive.
You seem to forget I'm here quite often.
Making it long.
He does currently look like that. He does have 3
Yeah,
That's a very relaxed, comfortable death, thanks to those Moogle massages.
It's gonna look them up and down, like, maybe another. Your kind of
The inside of the Mundus Academy, outside of the people, the hallways are shaped and made of stone with veins of glowing crystal along them, providing illumination. It is a soft orange-red light. Okay, it sounds like people aren't scattering and they're just going to go to the main dining hall. Okay. The main/dining hall is...
Tommy will kind of wander.
Okay.
He's not going to be like too far, but he's going to like be hanging back. Things are going to be interesting her.
Because Tommy is being weird, Thomas will stay within the line of sight of Tommy at all times.
Okay.
Well, Tommy's staying in line, don't worry. She's staying within eyesight of the party.
As we're making our way over there, then it's like Ro will direct her attention towards it. And if you're interested, the training/fighting area is over there. If you want to see how they do things here.
Yeah, certainly. She will proceed to the training area.
Okay.
Just remember, these are the trainees and recruits, so they may not be up to your level.
Yeah, she's going to tell Thomas that's fine. We'll put Thomas in the mix.
Depending on what class is in there right now, they may not be up to Thomas's level.
Only they find out.
But yeah, I sent it to you here.
Oh, got it.
Okay. But the rest of you then, because it sounds like Kami, but then by extension Tarblane, is going to be heading to the training hall for observations. Are the rest of you just going to the main hall then?
Mm-hmm. Sounds like it.
Okay. Ro.
Actually, no. I think Ro, given the mission and what we went through with the Goliath, I think Ro would actually head for the library. So we can actually look up what the hell it is we're supposed to be asking, have an idea of what the hell it is, because he said he didn't give us much to work with, so he's going to see if he can find something specific to jog his memory for...
Okay.
You got to see if there's anything in like the Family Chronicle or something that might jog his memory.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry, didn't mean to...
Not a problem. That's why I was asking, because if you were to go on, I would have described something different. Okay. The training hall. Your HP stuff is messing with the words. Oh, that works. Whatever. You guys know it's the training hall.
I'm sorry, I have so much HP.
In the training hall, you guys will be walking down hallways. You'll be hearing various sounds of exertion getting louder as you get closer. You will be passing some areas that appear to be teaching actual classes like tactics, how to maintain your gear, what to do if you get hurt by acid or fire or whatnot. You'll actually be seeing a group of 24 people in like a brass-colored armor, being led by an individual in brown and silver armor. Looks like they're about to actually leave. You hear as you're passing something about field exercises. But you'll eventually reach the training hall itself, where you see this individual in field plate, and this individual in a it's somewhere between field and full plate. They both are bolstering shields The male is wielding a, well, quite frankly, it looks like a oversized, like, great axe in a single hand. While the woman is wielding like a spear. And while they are fighting in the hole, there's a bit of a there is a defined border to the active training arena itself. This border is a border of yellow glowing crystals that do actually jut up a little bit, so if you were to walk on them, it might pierce your feet. Kind of denoting the out of bounds and bounds area. Within the bounds, as these individuals are fighting with the woman, like, deflecting away the large great axe swings, and the man basically like shield bashing away her own spear attacks. While this is going on, and they're like maneuvering in a somewhat slow way, probably partially inhibited by their armor. There will occasionally be areas of the ground that suddenly jut up in a spiky fashion, or a area of the ceiling will seemingly launch a fragment of earth at either one, or in some cases both, of the training individuals at the same time. Sometimes they're able to defend. Other times they're hit and knocked back several feet. While the arena itself is seemingly challenging them, they are still fighting each other while having to defend against the arena's own onslaught of earth and material.
Tommy's gonna turn to Thomas as she's like unbuckling her like apron, what lands on the ground with some weight to it, and like letting putting her hair up into like a ponytail. She's gonna go tell the others I'll be late for dinner. I just decided what I'm gonna do the rest of the day.
You could tell them yourself. Right there.
Yeah, she doesn't like, she just kind of jumps to the right. He just dives right in.
Tom is gonna feel like, without leaving, pushing things, sending musicians around. Tommy is going to be in the battle for a while.
I kind of figured, that's why I pointed her in that direction. Seems the one place he or she might be the most comfortable. I don't know if they have a bar or a gambling room that I could point you to, but if they're going to be playing it, if they're going to be doing that kind of thing, it might be in the cafeteria. So.
Yeah. Ember too.
I'm sure there's some people you can play some card games with and fleece them out of some cash.
The main hall / dining hall.
You want to play some triple triad?
Does seem to.
This is like a whole
the main hall / dining hall does seem to be the like communal gathering area.
Yeah, it's the social area. Yeah, that's why I was like, if anything that Thomas might be into is going to happen, it's probably in there.
Sarah, don't worry about getting together.
Just remove the drink bin.
Okay.
So that had it.
Just have time when you're done.
So, Tommy's going to be entering the fray. Tarbellane with That's
Did
sending.
somebody roll Dick?
Yeah. I
And
rolled
apparently,
Dick.
apparently Dick rolled a 23.
Oh.
He's saving versus Rick.
Maybe I flipped a little.
Well, he just hasn't gotten shot in the head yet.
Tarbelaine, with that, I believe that was sending that just happened. Are you gonna want to stay in the training hall and watch the fight, or do you want to go go and try to fleece some people?
I'm making sure Tommy doesn't kill it.
Okay.
She has been grumpy and just been told we can work her turn herself off the steam. I don't have I have one willing bell. If she actually not on the zero, I can be like, okay, time for you to go out. Son of a bitch.
I am done, Matt. I am done.
Good. Alright. Now I'm going to test the screen. So let me use the coupon with the group stuff. So I have the screenshot stuff. Cancel it from being a group order. Then let it.
Okay. Okay. Entering the fray then. Are you walking over the bounds line, or are you flying over the bounds line?
I'm pretty much gonna fly and do a superhero landing.
Such a poser.
If one of them looks like they're about to get hit, like superhero land in front of them, and like block the hit.
This doesn't help. I do these rooms, and now she's beating up kids. This doesn't tell me if she's in a good mood or a bad mood.
She landed for protect one of them from getting hit.
Okay. Tarbelaine, since you're still in the out of bounds area, and I presume on ground level.
Yeah.
Okay. When she crosses over, you will hear a small pitched hum as she crossed. As kind of a, if you were on the ground, if you were to walk over it, you would definitely be able to hear it as kind of an indicator that you are now entering the arena. But since she flew over, she didn't hear it. So.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. Kami, yes, with the man in the like 3/4 plate. You'll see the earth to the side and behind him begin to jut out. This preceded by some bits of pebbles like bouncing off of the ground from like a preemptive like vibration prior to the actual effect. And as it begins to jut out, you'll see with metal like ingots as a part of this earth, versus it just being hardened earth. You come in down, and can you make me a yes?
Was that the acrobat?
That would be whatever you want it to be. That would be suitable for a heroic superhero landing pose.
I want to go with survival.
You want to go with survival?
How in the...
Okay, I may have to ask, how does survival help you with a superhero landing?
I'm trying to not die. I'm all acrobatics.
Okay.
Oh, damn. 17. Okay. And I rolled a 20. So 37.
So, holy crap. Okay, you come down as the earth is jutting itself up, and When you go to intercept it, the jutting earth cracks and shatters, splintering off into two separate directions that are parallel to the male. Instead of impacting him, around you is a glittering of dust and metallic ore.
Mm-hmm. She's gonna turn and say, you guys look like you messed up.
The woman in the half plate will just say, "Ha! She saved you." The male will say, "It easy enough could have been you, but," and he'll turn the face you, Kami. "Thank you for the save." And he'll take a glance towards the woman. Kreia, I believe teamwork is one of the things that we're being taught here. Kreia will give a dismissive wave with her spear. Yeah. Though I don't see her wearing any kind of armor.
I don't need armor.
Really, of course you would. Of course you do. So, what are you? A first year? The male will kind of glance at Craig and goes back at you. I don't think she's a first year.
I was alive before your school was built. She's gonna take a fighting stance. Teamwork is the objective of the game. The environment means there's used to. Let's go. Let's see what you got. I got a lot of things to blow off, not enough time to blow it off. Maybe you guys can entertain me.
This place is not order.
Okay then. Claire will say the male in 3/4 plate will take a stance with his shield in front, and the battle axe off to the side, as if he's going to be about to do like a quick side chop. It's like, and I'll look at you. Well, you certainly sound confident. Let's hope that's not misplaced.
Record this sound about the art at its finest.
Camera, but
I don't have a sphere camcorder. Can't see any awesome sphere waves.
Tom I suppose the book does need another new chapter.
Starts drawing stick figures beating each other.
Now, I've seen some awesome stick figure animations, though. Okay.
Sorry, Sierra, that place not available on DoorDash.
Okay.
Like what? 7:30 probably.
No, it's 8:40. But it's not letting order.
Which probably means nobody wants to go get it.
Mm-hmm.
No, it says the items available at the restaurant.
Oh, so they're probably out of that stuff.
Okay. I'll have a scene wipe then. During the scene wipe, though, Kami, are you going to be toying with them, or are you going to be like legitimately trying to get them?
Well, in the beginning she's going to be playing with them just to see what their strengths and weaknesses are. Like, assuming the guy in the field is very good at protecting himself, but not very good at offensive, stuff like that. So she'll like play with them in the beginning, and then she's going to be like, okay, I'm done. And then she's going to be like,
Okay.
She's not going to kill him though. I mean, hurt him a little bit. Definitely not kill him.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she hurt considered some form of abuse. He's not that way.
What I am going to do then is, as soon as I can read this. There we go. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use a slightly modified version of the pit fighting rules then.
Ah, yes.
Okay, Kami, and I will, I'll note this, okay. If desired, can replace, okay, cool. Okay, just to be kind of easy about it, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to post the checks that I'm going to want you to make in the Roll20 chat, just so you're aware of what it is, and the DC is going to be a bit higher because the environment's going to be a dick.
Yes. Battle! This is okay.
I will, in theory, be going to intercept our food.
Okay.
There's even a door for it.
The battle?
Like outside.
Oh. Move out!
I don't know why they messed up. I'm ordering MVM for dinner. So yep, you're out now. If Lynn wants anything,
You can ask her.
Toss. I will see if she wants vegetarian.
Make 3 checks. Strength. Athletics. Okay.
Yeah, you do have the option to replace one of these checks with an attack roll.
And a special constitution check. What do you mean by special?
You.
That has a bonus roll the character blood just hit that. This rule doesn't spin that die. It says that the character can replace one of these skill checks with an attack roll using one of the characters. Definitely once you change out the athletic for an attack roll.
Okay.
But I think my highest die is an 10D. I mean, a D10. Yes, a D10. I just like roll a D20 plus a D10 to add to my constitution.
It would be a D20. It would be a D20 plus your Constitution modifier plus your hit die.
Okay. Less. Okay, got it. So let's do.
Yeah, if I'm reading this right, yeah. Okay. I was gonna do a scene wipe to the library, though. But since Triss is getting the foods,
You can give Matt characters.
that's what I was about to do. Tarblaine, you're still off to the side, kind of adding a chapter to the book. Or are you watching for a little bit and then doing something else?
Sort of. Keeping an eye on again. He's concerned how Tom's going to go now.
Okay.
Get in your bed. In your bed.
Okay. Thomas, you will see this. Oh, that is so tiny. You will see this individual enter the training hall.
And then acrobatics.
Looks like a bad guy.
The horns appear to be coming from the helmet.
Oh, I know. Being facetious.
They have not crossed the crystalline boundary. Come here.
I'm not getting weird vibes, right? Like, I guess we didn't check how we do it.
Feel free to make an insight check. Just so you're aware, the on his back is a large. It looks like some sort of portable cannon.
Portable what?
Cannon.
Oh.
And on his side is a serrated longsword. Okay, 18 insight. Okay. Judging from the way they're walking and body language that you have seen many a time in the Den of Sin, you're getting a air of both experience and arrogance from this. Let me correct. Ego, a sense of ego, from this individual that has walked in about 12 feet away from you, has their arms crossed over their chest as they are looking at the ensuing combat. Sorry, those rolls are surprising me, Kami. Okay.
My dex is 17.
Yeah.
I mean, and then I did the attack roll because it gives me a plus 13.
Okay. And this person is looking at the ensuing combat going on, which
I'm ordering my daughter. She's not fast enough. She's gonna have to learn.
Copy that.
which is an intensive, a bit of a intensive fight with like heavy great axe swings going on. I'll get into the description of the fight itself in a moment. The Sermon individual, you'll hear with a bit of a resonance echo from the helmet. If she's not careful, she'll kill them. And you, I take it you're something like her seneschal. You certainly don't appear to be the fighting type.
I'm something like her what?
Seneschal.
What does that mean?
Basically, her steward or head of affairs individual. The manager of a person's estate and affairs.
I am her manager. I book her for all her fights.
Oh.
It's a guarantee of 10,000 people in the stands, a minimum of 5 gold ahead. She will fight for half the cut. Half the rate, and if she wins, she gets 75% of the rate. I need to roll patiently.
Since I don't recall this actually being a thing, it sounds like you would actually be maybe deception, unless you really are a manager and I missed it.
No. Tommy would never agree to that.
I'm pretty sure Tommy was the second that said, look, at the numbers, we can make you 10,000 gold.
No, not driven. Okay, she is driven by money. We would have
100% driven by money.
I would say 100. They are like 85, 90.
Yeah.
There is a heart in there occasionally that motivates her, or personal pride. It's just not very often.
Feel free to make me.
It would be her pride that sets her down.
Feel free to make me a deception roll then. Also, just as an aside, is this working for the idea of like an expansive place and tracking of where people are?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was easier to track than the library, where I had to like zoom out to like 10% to see everybody.
Yeah.
You're like.
Thank you.
I was ordering food.
Pineapple.
Ordering meat. And that place is ordered somewhere else. Then I was not resting you right now. Come out.
You ever cut these knees in shot?
Thank you. Can't spell shit. Wow, that was higher than I expected. Okay. Yeah. So she's really that good.
She is that good.
Huh. If that's the case, then I might test her prowess out next if she is fit after this fight. And since you're her
Hype man.
fight manager, then
Skirmish individuals are 100 gold.
oh,
What's a gold?
I'll go with that then,
Yep,
which is
yep.
what I had in mind.
I only know Gil.
We pay out the loser 100% if they would lose.
Given my own skill level, how about we adjust that then? A nice medium between what I was thinking and your 100.
Oh?
How about 2,000 from both parties? The winner takes the collective amount.
We have an agreement. Thomas, take it. Tommy, you're gonna fight this guy next.
My durability is unparalleled.
Tommy doesn't reply. All you hear is like some evil cat. like feeding the crap out of this guy.
And Rose thought I was limited to kings of chickens.
That's all Ro has seen you do!
But we haven't we had sports betting.
What are you talking about? We've been to at least 3 places at casinos where you totally bet on chocobo races. No. There was a whole side game. There was a whole mini game. Did you miss the mini game where we had to do the snowboarding? Sierra, I think you missed the golden teacup.
I'm going to scene wipe over to the library wing, and then afterwards I'll scene wipe back to the training hall and describe the bout based off of these rolls, some of which really surprised me, given by how much the difficulty was amped. Okay. Will and Razar. Move around a bit. There are no windows. You're in a tunneled enclosures again with these glowing.
As they had built into the mountain, looks like. So, yeah. No, it seems like a design flaw to put the library in the room with no light, no windows.
Protects the books.
The library, when you go into it, is a three-leveled area. Each level has a vein of orange crystals illuminating the perimeter. What you have illuminating the center is a bunch of what appears to be just floating, somewhat swaying lights. In the center of the library itself is a small, compared to others you've seen, small, man-sized, like high man-sized, magicite pillar that appears to be energizing the suspended light effects, which are essentially the kind of effect where you have the kind of like starburst sphered in like a light blue shell. And these lights are illuminating tables, areas between bookshelves, things of that nature, enough to be a reading light. It's not meant to blind anybody. Though the magicite itself is clearly glowing. There's another individual in here. They currently are not wearing armor. They're wearing the padding underneath their armor, though. They are currently reading a tome of a book, which is entitled. Which is entitled Advanced. That would not be the proper way to say it. Advanced Augment Expansion.
Oh. So this is the guy I have to talk to add extra slots to my weapons.
There are a few other people in here, though they appear to be sturdy, though older individuals that are staffing the place. You will know via observing from the staff that if you tap the outer blue shell of one of the floating lights, they will follow you.
Okay. Well, you'll do that. And I guess it'd be an investigation check. You'd like to try and find the books pertaining to right around the time of the fall and the foundation of the academies and stuff.
Okay.
Preferably the older the better, because in this, with what we're dealing with, the older ones are probably more likely to have accurate information for what we're looking for, as opposed to stuff that got lost with time.
Okay. There is a sealed off masters section. As you're aware, it is an enclosed area that that looks like it requires a. This might not be too much of an issue. No, I think no. That's the other character. This might be an issue for you then. It's a little bit absurd, but the stone door has a absurdly large keyhole.
Well, guess who was not a rogue?
Yeah, I realized I was thinking of Kenshi. And I was like, okay, it might be an issue for you. So, are you consulting the staff to help you look, or are you wanting to be low key and just investigate yourself?
Well, I will do an investigation of the area I can get to myself, and if I can't find it in the area, anything based on what I want in the area I can access, I will consult the staff about going into the other room.
Okay. Chase, feel free to make an investigation roll.
Yep. Has to go into the hole. Okay. Sierra rolled higher than COVID.
I should not have been surprised by that.
Oh, it was a 16 and a 1, so that could have been a lot lower.
Okay, as you're looking around, okay, is that what I need? No, that's too late. No, that's fiction. That's a bad writer. And you look around,
The art on this one is just terrible.
You will find a... Oh, I forgot to mention this about the library room. It's just a little side thing. The walls are banded with metal. Anyway, looking for books. You will find this book that has a augment gem slotted into its cover. The book itself looks worn. Like the leather has splotches on it. The title itself is blotched out. What you will mostly blotched out. What you'll be able to make of the title is collected Torgies of Urin Darius. and there'll be a blotched out H something 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 O.
Identify the gem!
Oh!
Yes. If the book's gonna explode when I open it, I want to...
Okay. As this item is not subject to the GM being a little bit lazy and wanting to be creative, I can tell you what this is. Yes, I know the feather is yet to be identified.
There's some Moogle in the tree looking at it with a magnifying glass, trying to figure out.
Yeah.
There's just a room. That's all that happens in that room. Is just one Moogle just trying to.
Okay. The augment gem. It is a excuse me. Blah. That is not the English word I'm looking for. It is a augmented gem of ultimate durability for items. It will multiply their regular hit points by 5. As a side effect, it has a preserving effect.
Which is obviously why it's here.
Yeah. If a person were to, say, put this in their armor, it would increase the bearer's hit points by 5 hit dice. If this were slotted into a weapon, it would increase much like the book, the item's hit points by 5 to protect it against sundering. Since there's not rules for sundering in this specific, like in early editions, you can technically attack the weapon and they wouldn't have to roll HP. So
okay. So since that seems to be just there to preserve the book, I will take the book down and start researching.
It's clearly that someone misplaced this book. This book isn't supposed to be out in this area.
Their fuck up is my gain.
Perhaps that's what happens when you roll over a 30.
You see, it was plot convenience, or I just found a glitch, and because I did a quest out of order somehow because of a...
Okay.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay.
Because I have this item in the 3rd slot in my inventory, it created a glitch that.
Okay. So, I take it the information you're wanting is to figure out about the crystals.
Yeah, figure out why we were sent here. See if I can get an idea of why we were sent here. To the academies. When I'm talking to the headmaster, what exactly am I trying to say?
Okay. Okay. What languages do you know?
Well, let's see. I know Common, and Dwarvish, and Elvish, and Sylvan, and the most important language when it comes to knowing the chronicles of the world, Moogri. Because all the great historians are Moogles, we know this from the franchise. Because they're the only ones who write anything down.
I am glad you said that, because it is in fact written in the Moogle tongue.
So it just says Kupo, 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 Kupo.
Okay. You will find, since the words inside are well preserved, that this book is in part about a individual named Averin Darius.
He's reading us off, and Rosara's like taking notes off to the side.
Yep. which the author of the book is also kind of entitling the person the Man of Two Lives.
That's an interesting title.
It is a historical collection of both fact and author supposition about partially this individual and other information surrounding the individual. The source is mainly from historical writing, so there's a chunk of guesswork that's going in here. But it's stated that the Man of Two Lives traveled with great heroes, of which the author is speculating are the heroes of light. The thought is this person may have been like Willem, for instance.
I have found the biography on the squire to the heroes of light.
That's what this individual's thinking anyway. Yeah, that's the authors.
I was going to think of
Welcome.
I found the biography, the unofficial biography of Dandelion. Yes.
And from this kind of reading through this, there'll be like sketch depictions of landscapes that you haven't seen. That probably doesn't exist anymore. Assuming.
More paintings for the tree.
For tree of knowledge?
No, for the tree of my house.
Oceans of different names, like the Mist Sea, for instance. It's like a bunch of short collections of things, of the author trying to piece things together. Apparently, in defense of the great heroes, Averin Darius was known to use like an oversized giant pickaxe, of which the author suspects that these great heroes had him like dig out tunnels.
The old world was Minecraft. Got it.
Apparently.
But as these disparate stories are, well, you start getting a bit more relevant things. Darius aided his companions in finding. What's it? Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. In finding the sage Siren Lyris, which is a individual whom held the knowledge of, that is my experience stuff, which held the knowledge of the prime crystal. According to this book, anyway, the prime crystal was the ultimate in augment gem or gems. The author is uncertain whether there was a prime crystal of each element or if it was just one centralized thing.
What was that, Matt?
I didn't say anything.
Okay, well, your ring was flashing and it sounded like a robot was talking, so we thought it was you.
Oh, my microphone on my stomach growled.
Okay. As this disparate chronicles of stuff continues, it is stated that the prime crystal or crystals, again the author isn't sure, had been shattered either slightly before, maybe slightly after the point of calamity. Darius's final words, and the author notes this is like fifth hand.
Mm-hmm.
Were to collect the crystal remnants to safeguard the future. This was said allegedly to Corva Lehman, which is one of the individuals that posited the post. Rather, they didn't posit this, but is a ancestor of one of the individuals that posited the idea of the Ember Academies.
Okay. That's in theory enough to go on. Alright.
So I'm chuckling because it's like, there clearly might be some unreliable narrator going on here.
I will take Rosara's notes and go track down the rest of the team.
Okay. Yeah, well, welcome to the session, Eric. One second. I have an order of operations going on here.
No, that's fine.
Okay, Kami. Where's myself? There it is. You will find that the two students here, at least when working together, are a fairly formidable force. As the male, who you'll learn the name is Juke. Juke. Juke.
Okay.
We'll do things like avoid a spike growth of earth and then smash his shield into it to have the fragments go towards you. And while the fragments are going towards you, Kaya will stab her spear through using the cloud of earth and particulates as like a distraction. However, that is not enough to get past your experience, as you are used to quote-unquote dirty fighters.
I was a pirate after all.
Yeah.
That's kind of how we fought.
So able to avoid their attempts at trickery. Able to push off Duke's shield when he tries to shield bash you. Able to return the strikes of Kaya when she tries to throw her her spear at you. You just are able to initially outmaneuver them and pinpoint attack them with your with I suppose your rapier of devastation. Get a few heavy thrusts in there.
No, I'm actually using the sword that rogue at me.
Oh,
The lightsaber?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, you'll be hitting with burning light. That's leaving melt marks on their and sears on their shields, shields and armor. These strikes hard enough to penetrate them and begin wearing them down. So you're clearly in a different league from these two students, but what seems to be in a league, maybe perhaps on a higher tier of your own, is the arena's training mechanisms itself, as rocks are battering in to the trainees, causing them to abort attacks. Sometimes you have to abort attacks. But what's most annoying is that if you go high to say avoid some of the ground stuff, the ceiling will then jut out spikes of earth to catch you in the air. This double whammy of the environment, sometimes even allowing allowing the continuing to improve trainees to use the earth as trying to hit you to raise themselves up to try to hit you. Well, they fail to do so. The earth itself occasionally does give you several nice hits to either the back or the stomach. Sometimes it clips a leg. Ultimately,
This just excites Tommy more.
Ultimately, though, the environment proves to be actually more of a challenge than the trainees. Though the trainees near the end started approaching your level, the difficulties were 28, 26, and 32 respectively.
No, I beat the first two enough, but that's okay.
Because 2 out of 3 successes is still a success, it's just not as good.
Yeah. I will take it.
Okay.
If any of them are down on the ground, we'll help them be like, good fight.
They both are down on the ground. They're,
Come. Let's do a second round.
The armored individual on Solange will speak up. I believe your second round is with me.
I'm trying to look at him. Look at the other two and be like, oh, is this like a lineup match?
Yeah, it's about.
No thank you.
Excuse me. He'll look to you. What's called your own name? Look to you, Tarbalane. With you can even tell from the way the body motions are. It's like his body language and his actual words will say, "Can she do that?" Kind of.
She can't do that.
Well, I thought we had an agreement, manager.
Manager.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna fly over to Tommy.
Oh!
$1,000 gold. What do you get out of it?
The other 3,000.
It's like more than that.
Oh, no, the other 1,000. It's only...
No, like winner got to keep the whole pot. So you're fighting for 4,000. You bet 2,000 each.
Yeah. But only 2,000. Punching the money.
She's gonna look at Thomas up and down. Or she's gonna walk down with the guy. And she's gonna like, what's the bargain? What was the deal? What did he promise?
2,000
Yeah.
2,000 from both sides, and the victor takes the collective amount. Watching your fight with them has gotten me intrigued.
Do the same thing. She's gonna turn to Thomas and be like, I want all of it.
Well, then you'll have to win.
I'll take 3,000 and get the 1,000. It will teach you a lesson to bargain behind my back.
There's only 2,000 that's not my money. So yeah, no.
I'm charging you 1,000 for recipe.
The only things here outside of sheer duration of battle that has taxed me is the behemoths of the Bane Store. You are much smaller than them.
You can keep your 2,000, and I'll keep the other 2,000.
He's already paid me the two. Like I'm holding the money.
Yeah, I get that. But I'm saying that you will take your money back, and I get a 2,000.
I made a bet, and I'm paying you $1,000 to fight.
No, I'm worth more than 1,000.
You can make your own bet if you like.
That's fine. You're going to know your No, I grow money. I don't bet it. I don't bet it. I win it. I don't. But she's not kind of guy. I'm sure you're an excellent fighter. I can't tell what that. I don't know what you're wearing. Maybe it's just for display. But no, thank you. I will pass.
Fine then.
And that works up an appetite. So if you would like to join me at some sort of meal or what you guys count for meals. Do you have a hunting ground?
The hunting ground would be out. Would be in the snow. Would be in the snow.
Sorry, bro.
It is disappointing, but thank you for returning it. And the hunts for edible things would be in the snow plains.
I don't like the cold.
How far away?
Of the snow plains?
Hours, days.
It's a fourth of a day's travel to reach the snow plains proper.
If I do it, like what? A few hours.
We do have food here.
I only like that I've made. No offense.
The Mughals are very offended.
Had too many people, try to poison their livelihood. It's just safer.
No one of the school would do such a thing, and if they were, they would be dismissed.
I don't know you from our Adam, and don't like taking that risk. To be honest though, I would probably keep y'all's cooking over Thomas. But he makes a good crew.
Never claimed to be cooked.
But yes.
I will join you in some food if I cannot join you in a competition.
It'd be one-sided anyway.
You think
She
so?
says that as she looks up.
What? Ego
Yes.
lies on your shoulders.
It's a very large
ego.
I am not leading so.
Well,
But
Should I ever
have
have
to
to
keep
keep
my
my
words,
words? I am not that prideful that I can't know when I am wrong, I guess.
well, that is very humble of you. I, Moro the Unbreakable, will join you in this hunt if you permit me, since you only cook what you eat.
As you're walking,
you
completely forget Tom is there. She's a little relaxed now that she's feeding up the kids. She's gonna
Be like, maybe we have a mission.
I got you guys here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's not what the king assigned to you.
He said to help you guys find the heroes of light, right?
Find the heroes of light, yes. Discover, find the heroes.
No, that's what Tommy is saying to Thomas.
Yeah.
And part of that is you guys in the area, but you guys can find them. What I did. We've traveled all the way. I have not had any time to actually relax and unwind.
What did you do in the mansion?
Well, I stayed up most of the night. Read a few books, and then following with the sleep for a few hours.
Oh shit, she found the library!
Got up.
Then got up early and went to work.
Okay.
Now that we're here, I blew off some of my pent-up aggression.
Somehow you
Now
mute it.
You hear me now?
Julian.
No, we can still hear her.
Yeah, she was with us.
the whole time.
She's gonna be like, yep, and now I have a that I can pop out with.
You know, beat up some spectral moogles.
Okay.
I do want to know how you got your name. I'm gonna say that as they're like picked him, and they're like walking arm in arm. She has an apron thrown over her shoulder.
Okay. As you begin your conversation, Omeros, you guys have arrived at Mundus. The Ember guards recognize you and didn't give you any hassle. I currently have you situated in the main hall / dining hall. Is there any other place that you would like to be, or is the main hall just fine for you?
That works for me.
Okay. In which case, there is an individual here who is currently in the process of leaving that is unnerving mainly the students and some of the upperclassmen are like, what's up with this guy? You know, the kind of thing. What kind of visitor is this?
Da, 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 da.
Is he waiting on a ship to dock with a bunch of rebel spies?
And leaving is this individual.
That's the guy who's there?
He's in the main hall. He's currently leaving the main hall.
And he's the guy that's disturbing.
His mere presence is like unnerving people.
Yeah, it's not.
Thomas will be walking in main hall after leaving.
Okay. In that case, unless this guy is stopped from leaving, you will pass him as you.
He doesn't look familiar, does he?
I am uncertain if you would have met this individual.
If it is who I think it is, and it's Rick Grayson, Thomas would have met Rick Grayson before Rick Grayson became like evil.
Okay, then yes.
Thomas is gonna
do a double take.
as he walks past. His wings are out. By
Okay.
He's gonna be like.
Hear a random record scratch.
He's gonna look at it and be like, "You're not from Cobalt originally, are you?"
I was once, but what's important to me is no longer there.
He's like, you didn't have a, you're not a descendant of like royalty, are you? You stare at striking resemblance to a guy I saw there a long time ago. But there's no way you're him. Because
Well, I'm here to meet a mutual friend, so if you'll excuse me.
Thomas is gonna look. And be like, I don't know if I can. He will under his breath to himself before being like
They'll be like,
I can't think what Thomas is doing next.
so are you going to continue on to the main hall, or just be like, the fuck? And,
Thomas is paused there, like, kind of wherever he's at.
he's
Headed towards the main hall, like, and like, decide whether he should go after Tommy. In case apparently she's got some descendant of Rick after her. You did say mutual friend.
yes.
I mean, what are the odds someone knew to Mundus?
That's a good question.
He also did say mutual friend. Implies that he knows that I'm connected to this person. Can I make an insight check?
What do you want in insight?
Figure out what he meant by mutual friend. Mainly to figure out who this person is.
That'll be rather difficult given the broad phraseology, but give a roll. Okay. What you already know by the meaning of the word, though you do have the implication that it's probably an older friend rather than a newer friend.
Yeah. You see, Thomas knows Rick's got it. But Thomas doesn't know that Rick's still alive. And Rick was more. Rick should be dead. long dead, very long dead. Like, unless someone used the spell that we just talked about at Giant to bring Rick back from the dead. Rick should be dead. Thomas is going to mess with Tommy and be like, this is something really weird.
If your penis turns green again, to seek help.
It was not Spectral Fiona, I can tell you that.
That's what she said. She's like, I'm weird. She's like in his third grade again. You need to seek help.
I just saw a guy that looked an awful lot like Rick. But he's dead, right?
Most indubitably.
Okay. I said he was here to meet a mutual friend. Just great.
Yes, strange and Tommy is trying to keep a straight face while Fred is with.
Okay.
As you guys are walking, Kami, turning from a corridor up ahead, from a parallel corridor or perpendicular corridor up ahead, and turning towards you is this individual. It is who you think it is. Also, Amros, I'm seriously trying not to sideline you, so is there anything in particular you want to do with the Academy? Since Ro had some stuff, they had some stuff, do you have any stuff?
Not. I'll be dead honest. Really particular.
Okay.
I would honestly just the mini Keegan.
Okay.
Yes, Keegan is wrong. I did read it.
Okay.
I will so keep all clear. No one's dying on my ever again.
Of course, because you've always been such a thing. We didn't load a new save file where you just do your levels differently.
Well, to be fair, no one has actually died under my watch yet.
Yet.
I had to say that because I don't know what he's trying to do.
Okay.
Also, I just realized something really interesting. But that can wait for the next session.
Okay. After this encounter occurs, I'm gonna switch over to Ro, because I think you would like to utilize your knowledge, yeah?
Oh, we were told to wait until the guy was willing to see us, so I'm just, like, that's why I said, with his knowledge, he's heading back to where the group is.
Okay. So...
I had a little more context out, but yeah.
Well, Rose went specifically to go to the library to look into, like, ancient knowledge of the school. Do you figure out what specifically we need to ask the headmaster for, beyond access? Which is not something you necessarily would have known.
Well, there's a part about what were we actually doing?
Yeah.
I mean, in that case, I'd probably just. Oh, I know what I'd do. It would probably derail everything.
I'm not sure what there's to derail. We walked in and said we wanted to see the headmaster, and like, yeah, we'll go let the headmaster know and get back to you.
I'm pretty sure everything is going to be considered. Would make armors considered a graduate.
Well, we haven't had a chance to report in what you've done.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, you could be doing that while the rest of us are doing research and in the training hall. That would take some time.
Yeah, I'll do that then. I'll do that then.
Okay. Reporting your deeds, once confirmed, which are easy enough to confirm in the cases like Cardinal, you will then, if you would like, qualify to take the graduation exams.
Time to take your seed exams. Have that money randomly popping up in your account as you're walking around. Final Fantasy 8.
Okay.
But the answer to that is
The answer to that
Go back to that.
Okay.
Go back to that.
Yeah. Okay, you got the message.
Yeah. Okay, Kami. Yeah, you see him approaching you.
Like Kami, he pauses, and like she's still holding on to her partner, but she lets him go, as if he's been caught, with her hand in the cookie jar, and be like, I'll catch up, save me on a spot.
Ah! Certainly. I will leave one of the larger game for you.
Yes.
As the individual of dread, the individual of your death, is walking towards you, you will notice that that as he's walking by, the crystalline vein that's providing light, the part of the crystals near him will flicker for a few moments as he walks past.
She slowly follows him with her head. I for a split second, walks in his direction, and then she stops and be like,
Ignore that.
then she turns around and goes back to follow.
Okay, so you're going to try to pass the guy to go to Moro the Unbreakable. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, but she's gonna start walking in that direction to see if Rick turns around and says something. Like when she gets to the end of the hallway, she doesn't say anything. She's gonna be like, "Oh, I guess I wasn't really all that important." She'll say that part out loud.
How Rick kills the Unbreakable.
As you are beginning to pass him, like when it's clear you're not going to stop and you're going to veer around. Now, is that any way to treat me?
Witness me!
Well, you started it. You didn't say hi or anything. You just looked at me and kept walking. I was like, follow you.
Usually when I lock eyes with someone, it means something. Clearly it's been far too long and you've forgotten.
I mean, besides giving me some heartburn, locking eyes doesn't do anything for me. I'm not the good kind. Kind that I probably need to see a surgeon for.
Well, if there is anything that ails you now or later, you know where to find me.
We can talk here right now.
We can certainly talk here right now. You're the one that invited me, as I recall.
Yes. To talk about the things that you were doing.
Stop it.
Help you seek reason. And kill it.
I would be much more reasonable if you did not suffer life-threatening injuries at the most inopportune times. It has been added much difficulty to my work.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm very restless because I probably won't be dying a lot more at times. Unless you stop it. Whatever it is you do. What is it that you're doing?
Well, first off, remember that nothing, and he'll be decisively looking at you. Nothing is beyond my power. So don't expect to die anytime soon.
So they hold their head up. It's like I'm far outside the disease. Secondly, if I have to kill myself to kill you, I will do it. I will continue to do it. Unless you stop whatever the madness is that you're doing.
I am following a path to uncover, that which is only whispered of. Things lost to the time of the calamity, and I am doing it for us.
There is no us. When you say that, I get very uncomfortable, and not in like a in a way that I'm probably going to take. There is no us. There is no us. In fact, the fact that there ever was a huge mistake. It's a red line in my black notebook. Where why I was a lesbian.
All this time had.
Oh, so his real name's Mako.
All this time of play and avarice for you really must have changed you.
For the best, I'm sure. Despite what you might. I am no longer the murdering, sword wielding, homicidal maniac that I used to be.
My love, anything that improves you improves me.
Now that is a might is comforting.
For whenever we stand side by side once more, your strengths become my strengths.
It seems like it goes to say something but like he stops herself for a little bit, and she's like, what is it that you're doing?
I am assisting the Nympha Empire at the moment. It has taken much of my resources, but I've also been learning enough. Eventually, he looks distracted for a moment. Eventually, I will be able to achieve my penultimate goals. Yours, of course, being the ultimate one.
My ultimate goal is to reach the everlasting bliss. Okay. Our goals do not.
You and I both know that you and the Mist have an interesting relationship. That being said, I really must thank you, beloved, for having me expend the resources to find the location of this place.
I'm gonna ask you. It seems like it's paying her to do it. Whatever mutilated feeling you have, that's just one. You stand down.
But don't you too want to be able to find a hero? I've heard that there is a link here.
Nope, you heard wrong. We're actually here sightseeing, history tour. The night gentleman I was with was kind enough to show me around. And you should probably leave.
Leave again? Is this some sort of jest? You invited me here just to share a few words and then dismiss me?
Yeah. Dismiss you, yes. As I dismiss you the first time you stepped on my regardless of whatever you magically put on me, I should have rammed my sword through you and just face on. What did I do? I felt intrigued by you and looked for it led me. Listen, I'm only gonna say this. Stand down. Otherwise, you know how my anger has been far worse since I stopped murdering.
I know your anger can be quite amusing.
like offended.
Yes, it is quite funny. Unless you're talking about that time when you broke my things, that wasn't funny.
I'm about to break more right now. Draw your weapon.
Right here, right now.
Right now.
I would prefer to keep this place still standing, love.
Well, you should have thought about that. Where you threatened the task that I've given.
That's what you've been given. Are we on the same path? And here you wanted to dismiss me. Oh, you and your games.
Listen here. Let me. You know what? If you stand down, and don't follow suit. Ever plan on doing here tonight. Today. Tomorrow. On Monday. Whatever it is. You don't do it. I will owe you.
I will owe you. I will owe you a little piece of it.
But
Nothing sexual.
Our goals are aligned. Why must we work apart? Outside of your phase that you're going through at the moment.
Okay, so if our goals are aligned, if you find what you are looking, will you give it to me?
If I find what I'm looking for, we both shall have it.
No, that's not. This is not. Listen. That's the biggest offer I can give. Stand down with whatever you got planned here, and I will give you a piece.
I merely could not be satiated by a wing of you, my dear. You know this.
Tommy Wings Chicken.
One magical night.
Make a persuasion roll.
I'm not very good at being persistent. Five will kick. It's very Can I use?
Yeah, if you're not actually going to do it, it'd be just.
Tommy is a woman of her word. Never lie.
That's how we've gotten her to do half the shit in this game, is getting her your promise.
Even in the beginning, she didn't want to, but it was in favor of Uncle Ralph. She went ahead and went on a date night with Rick, just so he'd help Uncle Ralph. Even though she didn't want to. Okay, a 21. They're all 19.
Oddly enough, this is going better than I was expecting it to.
Oh, her weapon's probably drawn. There'll be some bloodshed.
He clearly doesn't actually think that you'll do anything aggressively meaningful to him. Okay. He'll, one moment. Come on. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, he'll reach out to caress your face, like the side of your face.
Still hold her ground.
Okay. The fingers will trail down your neck, and he'll put his palm like just above your bust. Now,
I detect.
It
Something is afoot.
it would not be in my best interest to do so. However, because it is you asking me and promising so much, I could permit you to have a first crack at finding the hero. And if you fail, then I can certainly have my own chance. And if you do find it, him, her, whatever, I am open to discussion of what it is that you so rightfully found. I'm sure both of us can work through this rut of yours, given time. But again, you can have first crack. Now, how does that sound? He'll put a smile on his face as if he's being a great benefactor by letting you have this.
She goes to open her mouth and then closes it. And then she goes. Okay.
Okay.
That
sounds
reasonable.
See, you never thought I could be that, did you? Perhaps you both have changed.
No. Still the conniving ass from long ago. Only you seem to be aching a little around the eyes. Not enough sleep?
Oh, falling to the ground during my work has caused some exhaustion. But it's worth it to get everything I need for us.
There is no us. There will never be an us.
I really wish you would stop saying that.
I really wish you would stop saying that.
Can you make me a will save?
Oh shit. What is my will? Let's go back up to the top. Will save.
Emotional harassment and
The 5.
A 5?
No. My 19.
24. Okay.
that's much better.
That's much better. Yeah. Okay. You beat the DC. You, for a moment, feel a strong compulsion to comply with his statement of request, but the compulsion just flows through you like water, and has no hold over you.
Shake her head and now that was low, even for you.
He looks slightly confused. And what is it that you're referring to?
Is that the type of game? We're liars now.
Well, if he admits you made the saving throw, it just gets more awkward.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. That was a error on my part. I should really keep a stronger grasp on my own abilities. It was certainly not intentional love.
That's another lie.
Do you want to insight him?
Hey, I'm sorry, I accidentally spent my action trying to mentally dominate you. Just kind of slipped out. Despite, those verbal somatic and material components just, kind of fell.
Actually, do you want to insight him, or do you just want to say he's a bastard?
Yeah, she's just gonna say it. She's got to narrow her eyes. Just so you know, because you read
the deal.
I am not entitled to any of my time. After I succeed.
Well, who knows where our discussion will go if you find the hero first. I certainly have the ability to make it worth your time.
She's gonna look him up and down and giggle when she lands on his crotch. She's like, now.
I'd like to remind you that insults such as that don't go well with me.
Good. Get used to hearing it.
I'm sure you'll speak otherwise in the future.
I doubt you'll be around that long.
Our hearts are bound.
For now.
Forever.
For now. In case you were wondering, I felt secure.
Now I'm the one that believes you're fibbing.
She's like her eyes twitches a little bit. I guess you'll have to find out.
Wait and find out.
Yes, as per our agreement, I will stand aside as you, and he'll make a somewhat condescending gesture as you go about with your task. I will be there if you need my help.
I would rather suck Thomas's dick than ask you for help.
You have.
But apparently she doesn't want to anymore.
I don't know why. This is probably. Well, I mean, Tommy has had such Rick, and well.
I am sure that after a while, you'll find that very bland.
I like to add salt and pepper. Give me some flavor.
Should I get the hot sauce for us, son?
There is no. She backs up. Just to show you how serious I am. I feel like back up some more. And then she plunges her sword into her stomach.
Oh! Are you going to heavy thrust yourself?
Not a heavy thrust yourself, sir.
Okay, roll your damage against yourself. Actually, yeah, you're being very intentional about it, so I'm not going to have you accidentally crit yourself. So just roll the damage against yourself.
Have you ever been in one of those moments where you're sitting here playing the game, and you get to a scene that's starting to feel a little awkward, and you're spamming the X button trying to fast forward the text boxes, but the game doesn't have that function?
Yes, actually!
Alright, here we go.
What do you mean I can't skip this scene?
Make sure I don't have blessed attack.
Yeah, you were not blessed, you were definitely not guided.
You have literally done nothing for me, so you have literally no way of healing.
Oh, this sounds in line about how we've discussed the character.
Yeah.
Nobody's there to bane you to try and make you miss.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh. Looks like you got 65 damage to yourself.
Oh! But some of that's radiant, isn't it? So she's at least resistant?
No, so they're okay.
I think we're resistant or immune.
We are resistant. But I would like to take the full I don't want to be resistant.
I don't. Depending on what's granting it to you, I don't think you can opt out.
Yeah, it's a racial feature. I don't think you can turn it off.
Oh, yeah, if it's a racial feature, you can't opt out of that.
You said 66.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh, not all of it's radiant.
The 19 would get halved.
Wait a second.
So it'd be 56.
Were you using your Sunblade?
Yeah.
Okay, in which case isn't all of it radiant?
No, because she also has force damage and stuff in there from the gem.
Gotcha.
So yeah, 56. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. In that case, then he'll double over. You will.
And this is why we don't try to commit seppuku with a lightsaber.
You will see, and I'm gonna have to blow up the image again. The that kind of misty energy around him. You will see it. Go forth towards you, thinning out into these like misty, slightly disconnected talons that seems to be a very reflexive reaction, and he immediately he has one hand that goes towards the place on his body where you stabbed yourself. The other arm that was kind of cringed from the pain jets out forward towards you, making a slight clenching motion. The misty talons slow about a foot away from impacting you.
My warlock sense is tingling.
As with all things, I am the one in charge here.
Silver, my dead body.
Wiggles it around.
Honestly, I just have to I'm gonna die. I'm gonna have to conjure celestial to bring her back.
I see what you did there.
That would work. I feel like that's jumping a few steps. That's right up there where I drop my gun. Let's turn into a dragon. But
I probably won't know what's dead for more than a minute, which means because of special rules regarding current status of her race, I can't use any other.
So Sierra can only show up for 1 hour at a time.
Wait,
Remember, I'm Sammy.
That's right. Yeah. So the Revivify would still work because if she goes down, her spirit just goes back to the ship.
She has the
Yeah, she took that. Or more specifically, she had. More specifically, she had Sammy take that feat because Sammy's like, no, you can't die. Whereas Sierra's like, no, I want to die.
Yeah, I'm dying.
I'm just gonna take out this insurance policy over here. Sammy is not a familiar. Sammy has the warrior NPC class. Sammy is a 19th level warrior.
That's kind of terrifying.
Considering the one who manages his sheet, he's actually very terrifying. I'm pretty sure Sammy could kill all of our asses.
But probably not as terrifying as Karen.
No, because he has more. Because he is spec'd slightly differently, he is more terrifying than Karen. Karen is very good at fucking somebody up and holding them down. Sammy gets a ridiculous number of attacks, so he can just deal a ridiculous amount of damage. And Sammy has more hit points.
Rick through gritted teeth. Leave, my beloved, before I lose my temper.
You leave first. At this point, it's like, putting her foot in the sand. Stop moving.
Are you stabbing yourself again?
Yeah, she's gonna stab herself again. Yeah, asshole.
Okay. If you're gonna heavy thrust yourself again, roll heavy thrust again.
Do it.
This is not quite how I expected this to go.
Definitely not how I was expecting it to go.
Hey, I'm right there with you, but it's still a pain.
It's like, if you're gonna stay here, then fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck myself up.
As a reminder, he did agree to stand aside while you take first crack.
Yeah, but she's letting him know that she is not without her being trying to prevent him.
It rolled the exact same damage. Okay, then you.
Another 56.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm still here.
Let's see, minus 56. She has 46 hit points left.
Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus!
Huzzah! There's blood now! There's blood now!
He
Lightsabers don't cause blood.
he takes a hand to like. It's like he takes a hand to brace himself against the wall and starts slowly sliding down it as his ability to stand is being affected by the by the pain.
You have no idea. What I would go to stop. I'm gonna ask you this if I can. Stand the fuck down.
I thought we agreed that you would have first crack at it.
At this. Talking about whatever random bad mojo that fucking corrupt you.
There's nothing you need to worry your mind over.
I feel it inside of you, inside of me. I don't like it.
Oh man.
She's gonna throw the light again. I feel like down.
You're gonna kill yourself.
You'll understand when it's all said and done. I can sit down and explain it to you.
She's gonna send a message to the earrings that you like him. I just did something. And she would proceed to stab.
Who is this to?
Ro.
Awesome.
Funny enough, if you want to roll that damage again.
Yeah, the funny thing here, because you had told that this was going to be happening at some point. When we got here, I had a grand entrance reserved for when you went to 0 or got totally locked down. So,
I believe that's about to kick in.
yeah. About to, because with that half radiant, let's see, that would bring it down to 12. So she just took 45 damage out of 46 hit points.
I think. I know you gave me specific parameters, but I think that would be just enough to qualify.
I said about to go to 0 or any kind of like incapacitation status.
Okay, I would think 1 would be about to go to 0.
If you count it as that, I will count it as that.
As I don't think Ro has actually done this before in front of other people.
What, grand entrance?
Yeah, have you done that in front of other
I've
people?
just appeared in front of people before.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was like anything from the departure point. It was just blur.
Sometimes it's a blur, sometimes it's just, the camera pans over and he's suddenly there.
Okay.
Like, I imagine in this instance, she's sending a message as she's stabbing herself, and as she, takes the knee from the stabbing, he's just, there to catch her. Just suddenly.
The moment I noticed
bro.
What are you doing?
Why are you gone in still here?
Oh, Rosara would still be with him.
Yeah, it only affects him.
A lot of the things that normally only affect me, David's allowed me to take the familiar with me.
Oh, but you're actually saying
yeah.
Bro, what are you doing?
Okay, so she's down to 1. There's Doofus.
Yeah, he's on the ground. We're having a private conversation. And she's just being a little bit tantrumy.
Looks down at the lightsaber in her guy.
Was Ro in the room with Thomas and Onlo's work?
No.
Well, I thought you were at the main hall.
I was on my way back. I wasn't sure where I was at the time.
Oh, okay.
and I got one more.
I presume during the conversation you would have been.
Okay, well, I was not told that because you cut to them. So yeah, so yeah, you guys just look over and Ro's gone.
I would go,
Hey bro.
G2.
1 second.
Where are you at?
Do I need to rush over
No, I think we got this.
Okay. I'm gonna test.
I'm just
gonna mess with the tiny for a bit then.
Okay. So, I take it the conversation has reached its inevitable conclusion?
Yeah. She goes to like blade out. Unsteadily holds her hand. Holds it above her. I got one more. One grabby. We do this all fucking day.
Stop being foolish, woman.
I'll tell you, motherfucking foolish.
I won't let you do it again.
You can't fucking stop me, asshole.
You know I can't.
They like raise her hand, or like effort. One more at the face.
Or let's not? Just... I think you made your point.
Don't look at him. Whatever it is, I swear. Every few days, randomly, I will fucking take my life. And slow down your pride.
Oh man.
You should have more faith in me.
Baby, before I was a puppet, put my fucking ass to sleep.
Even then, you should have trusted that I know what I'm doing. It is a very complex, weaving plan that would just give you a headache, and I am sparing you that headache.
Really? I mean, I suppose you are sparing her a headache, but there seems to be another sort of ache.
Stand down. No longer conceivable. I'm trying to teach you. Call it.
If you think there is something, if you think there is something wrong with me, then be the good beloved that you are, and try to save your man.
Ain't got no man. Oh no. I have to get him. And Thomas. And Rowan Amaro. And Nico.
Hey, she got my name right.
Well, damn.
I'm surprised I'm in that list.
I'm just, amazed that in her moment of death, near death, she got my name right.
She made a mistake by getting it right. It's a delirium.
It's the bloodlock. He's like,
they don't give me a DC, they just say I can make a check. So.
Get down. And stop furthering that corruption inside your soul. I will be forced to put you down like a fucking dog you are.
Okay, your profiler?
Mm-hmm. Oh. I know some stuff, because she's told me some stuff, but... It says class and level, that's all it tells me.
Class and level.
I know that he exists, and I know that they have some kind of past connection. I don't know.
And in a post,
And in a
Tommy
post,
tried to
Tommy tried to
that
explain
Rick
to
was
you
still
that Rick
alive,
was
but
still
you were just
alive,
like,
but you
yeah,
were just like, yeah,
that's what calming,
that's what
you know,
calming, traumatized
experience.
the
It's like, you know what,
experience. Just like, you know what, never
I was like, I don't have like a lot of details. Like, I don't have the whole story. I think at one point you told him like a version as like a myth or a proverb or something.
I the version that Thomas.
Yeah, the version from the books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it give you subclass as well?
Did explain to Thomas
she was
that,
like,
you know, she was like,
GM call, I guess. It's an intelligence investigation check to determine the class and approximate levels of a creature. So I imagine GM call on whether I get the subclass.
She did tell Thomas it was like Rick was still alive,
Rick was
that
still
he
alive,
still like has nightmares, that he is still reaching out to her.
You also explicitly told me not to intervene until it reached its conclusion, which you just admitted it had reached its conclusion. So.
Oh yeah. Well, that was also too,
you know, she didn't want
them to walk and find her body
and find her body
and what
Embers will do to her.
Well, it depends on whether he's still there when we find your body. Because we walk in and find your body and his body, you're like, well, obviously they killed each other.
Yeah, Thomas got that. What about that?
Honestly, I would just go
Dead.
Revivify. Did that work? Revivify. Did that work? No.
Well, thanks to Sammy, Revivify always works.
Well, Revivify always work out technically proper spell. Proper spell. What? No, actually, I think she has a healing spell in her body.
Well, she's still dead. The spirit still, when the spirit leaves, she's still considered dead. It's just she can't move on.
No, that's what I mean.
So it's not supposed to. So it's not. So she's beyond healing, but still needs it. But does not need the more advanced resurrection spells.
Yeah, healing with you would not work.
Because she is still considered dead.
Oh, that's right. I'm just thinking of the part of it where it says if there's any overflowing damage that has to be healed before anything can be done.
Yeah.
But hey, it's no longer my problem. It's no longer my problem.
Yep.
I'm not there. No one's made me aware of these things. No one's made me aware of these things. I'm just casting it all.
You're having a blast. Turn it into a disco.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I have to give you exact levels, or can I give you things like level plus?
Check to determine the class and approximate levels.
Okay.
So more useful than Battlemaster, but less useful than than some of these others.
Sun's getting mighty low.
Okay. I like that last one.
Yeah, I haven't decided yet.
Dude, the guy's in flux. He has like to be determined classes. Okay then. It's like, yeah, dude, just take the L, walk away. She's obviously doesn't, this is... If she's gotten to this point, she's obviously done talking to you. She's given herself 2 new belly buttons just to get you to shut up.
This was just the proof.
Why did I give you that weapon again?
When you calm down, I'll still be here. It is very clear at the moment that as he's pushing himself off the ground, that he is putting up on an act. I'm not even going to roll performance. He's putting on an act of being in a stronger position, but you see his arm violently shaking, trying to even lift up his upper torso at the moment.
I presume he is very clearly injured in the same spots that she's very clearly injured herself.
If I remember correctly, this was described as the Demona Macbeth thing.
Yeah.
Which, if I remember correctly, Macbeth never had...
He had the pain, but not the visible
right.
wound. Okay.
Yeah. Though he clearly is suffering significantly.
So can I heal you now, or do you feel the need to walk this off?
Just when he's round the corner, drop her sword and just kind of like, of course I was doing real stop her from hitting the ground.
Yeah, we're not going to let you do 1 point of damage from face planting.
Yeah, basically when he's will eventually stand up, and then be leaning against the wall, practically dragging the side of his body against the wall in order to walk.
But yeah, am I allowed to heal you now, or are we hanging on to this for some reason?
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. The pain for you.
So if I heal you, it makes him feel better?
What?
I just asked if I can heal you now, and you're like, let him feel it for a while. So if I heal you, it heals him? Oh, well, that's obnoxious.
Agreed. That's how he gets.
Some level of curse.
You are correct.
Oh my god, please tell me.
Tell me.
I'm pretty sure it's one of those plot curses that requires more than remove curse.
You are also correct.
Alright, in that case, I'm going to split the difference with you, just because we don't want to be advertising shit, and class the spell of OxyClean, and
What?
clean up the terrain, and at least metaphorically band-aid the wound so she's not bleeding more.
Yep.
We're gonna get her bait outfit. Now I gotta stitch this.
Somebody in the group might have mending.
I do find it funny that you got some of his goals out of him, so at least he'll impart what he's doing.
Yeah.
Thomas didn't take mending because I thought
Amaros, I think, is the one who had mending.
Like you're letting them mend me. That I did something.
Well, I just meant mend the clothing. If I heal you now, then they won't know you got hurt. They'll just see the damaged clothing and assume you did something in the fight.
Only Thomas saw me after the fight.
Well, he saw you leave with these. Did you leave with anyone? Maybe you got into another fight? Tell him you fell down some stairs? I don't know.
Don't make me laugh.
Well, I offered to make it stop hurting. You wouldn't let me.
No, I want to have the feel the pain. But while we're walking somewhere safe. By we, I mean. Let me tell you. He's here for the safety.
Well, then I guess we better hurry up and get to the headmaster before, Cinder intimidates Leo into giving her the relic first.
Yes.
Wait a minute, I think we've done this plot.
Let's keep a move. God damn it. See the look of hurt on his face.
I know this is not normally how it works, but for narrative purposes, can I roll the healing now and say it's like a trickle heal and he's like slowly feeding into her as we're making our way back to the others? So he still suffers like she wants, but she's presentable by the time we get to the group?
Given the nature of what's going on, and you're not like in combat or anything, I'll say sure that you're just kind of trickling the energy over.
Okay, this stays between us, Connie. We're not going to tell Thomas that I just dropped a 10th level healing spell on you.
What?
I'm gonna pretend I know what you mean. And nod my head instead of
10th magic 10th level and above is technically God tier. So,
I don't cast magic.
Yeah, you do.
I don't.
That thing,
Hey, this is innate.
that thing you do where you light your sword on fire is totally magic.
An ability.
Yes, thanks to the fact that I just got to 7th level spells, and I can spend 2 at died up, cast it by 3 levels.
Oh, right, okay.
I am now the god of healing.
Okay, as you guys are on your way, in the main hall, we'll enter this individual.
Hayabusa, what are you doing here?
I know, right? Oh my god, everybody get down. Claustra here.
Is that what you're into?
There, now she's out of bloody.
Then he goes in, he'll announce in a loud voice. Would Emperor in Training Amaros and his party report to the headmaster's office?
Wait.
Yeah, Nikos is only in training. I mean, Amros. No, I think you did take the exam when we got here, so obviously the paperwork hasn't been processed yet.
Yes. That's the plan, yes.
They're probably still grading it.
For your exams, by the way, I'll need a strength check, a weapon attack roll. I'll make a list for you.
Yes, please do. Yes, please do.
You just put the difficulty. I'll just roll it and then say pass or fail to make it easier for the whole giant list.
In the whole giant list.
Possible.
Okay. With that,
In your bed.
since you were called out, Amros and Associates, what do you wish to do?
Obviously go.
Okay.
As what they. With Amros. I'm following Amros.
I don't know if we've caught up for plot convenience or not. If not, I can blow another point.
Since it's requested that all of you want, there'll be about a minute as they find you.
Okay. So we'll meet them there then.
Okay.
Tommy does look a mite uncomfortable to Thomas.
Can I get an insight? Put together everything that I've seen today?
I think that'd be an investigation.
Yeah, investigation would be putting together, clues, basically.
Okay.
Upside, she has enough hit points, she doesn't have to lean on me anymore, so she can, try to walk it off.
Well, she probably would have still leaned on him,
for moral support.
Okay, well that's your choice. I'm just saying you don't have to anymore.
Yeah.
I get that. She probably leaned on Ro for
just so she can gather herself.
Gather
when the others come. She's got time to slip the mask back on, and then she's gonna stand up and
That's what I meant. By the time we got back to the group, you could have.
Oh yeah.
Wow, some of those rolls are so low. Nowhere near as much as fighting the whatever, but okay. You guys will be led through and enter the headmaster's office.
I have no idea what the hell you're supposed to be.
This elderly person will stand.
Total of a 20.
20.
So those are the rolls I need to make.
Yeah. Man, I thought some of those would be like in the 30s given the difficulty swings, but you're lucky. Anyway, and you're waiting to figure out that Rick was here or whatnot.
Yeah, basically put together from the fact that there was a guy who looked awful lot like Rick. Combined with the fact Tommy is now wearing tattered clothing. Well, at least a giant hole right there in the midsection.
There's like two.
There's like
well, no, I thought
that
Yeah.
was 3 times, right?
But did you make 3 different holes, or you just keep trying to aim for the same one?
No, she just aimed for the same area. So probably they probably like interesting.
So yeah, it's probably one large hole.
So a couple of different holes. The guy said he was going. I mean, it's not been that long since I just saw a comment.
20 is, I believe, hard.
Yeah.
One thing about that is very hard and near impossible. So with the roll of 20, I'll say like strong suspicion. Like, you know, strong. It's probably that. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Thomas is gonna look at the clothes. Looking at Tommy. Looking back at the clothes. And then be like, huh? Yeah. Dead my ass.
Don't look over and like, huh?
Just putting some things together.
The elderly person behind the desk will stand up. He is 6'7".
Damn.
It's like a foot and a half taller.
The room has some armor racks in it. Both are of one's a full plate, the other's a field plate. He looks a bit small for the one in full plate. The full plate bearing bearing earthen colorations countered by trims of gold and blue. The field plate, which is on a bit of a smaller build, a little bit of a smaller, tighter build, has the same kind of colorations on it. If you were to make a guess, you would think the full plate is something that he wore in his youth, but as he presumably shrunk in his old age, he needed new armor made. Behind him on the wall is a pair of great swords that look similar in design around the hilt of rose weaponry.
I'm sorry, what?
The two great swords hanging on the wall. The hilt design looks reminiscent of...
Okay. Great sword gunblade, got it.
Yeah. And beneath that, closer to within arm's reach of him himself, is a short sword of a similar make. Looks newer. In the earthen wall is basically a mural that is a depiction of an idealized Mundus. On his desk are some art pieces that looks like of of family, along with a paperweight that looks reminiscent of a dagger. Okay. Welcome to the Mundus Academy, young folks. I know that you're not here as students, with the possible exception of Mr. Amros. It is good to see you again.
It's been a while. Only like a month.
It feels like it's been longer than that. But then I'm old and I deal with much these days.
It's only like a gut month game, right?
Yeah, it's been about a month.
I thought we were on day 72.
It's only been a couple of months.
Yeah, we're on day 72, yeah. Ah, well. There's been much ongoings here. The messenger implied that you were sent by sent by the Salia Library. I assume the curator sent you.
Oh wow, you really are. Yeah.
Ah, but you see, he'll fish into his pocket and show you a picture. My daughter is a member.
Well, that makes us easier then. Following some incidents in Cardinal where we ended up fighting Nearbolg, she asked us to come here and to the other academies and see about procuring the whatever was entrusted to you guys back in the day. Something about it being needed to deal with whatever comes after Ragnarok.
Attempted Ragnarok.
He's like trying to think. Nidhogg.
Yeah, big dragony lizard thing, try to eat the planet.
I had been given reports that there was a great battle in Cardinal, but I've been given somewhat of a variety of descriptions. All of you were there.
Yes.
Yeah. I literally just reported it like while you were busy with whatever you were doing when you first got here.
Save the planet at the expense of the city.
There was no civilian casualties.
I mean, the city was destroyed as a result, but that was,
the lowest survived.
Phrasing it like that implies that we destroyed the city to kill the monster versus the monster just, versus us just not being good enough to prevent it from taking out the city.
I've heard stories of this curator as well. Again, my daughter's a member. So I know she is one to be respected. And if what you say is true, well, you have done a great deed. But even with all this, if Mundus did have a secret, if the rest of the academies did have a secret, what would make you worthy of knowing it? He leans forward, his frail-looking long arms push on us to try to give himself some amount of authoritative intimidation.
Well, if being asked by the director of the entire freaking library network isn't enough, technically it's my birthright. Slap down his credentials. As
you should probably check your mail.
As I invoke background.
You can't graduate. Ooh, you're invoking background. Nice.
Oh. I see. And the rest of you. Alvaro, since you've been here, you realize what he's doing. Despite your exploits, he's trying to use this opportunity to get a judge of everyone's character.
Thomas.
Well, he should know my.
And I have a reputation, so me invoking background, also.
Yeah, you're invoking background. You need to make no rolls or anything. It's oh shit. Okay, yeah. It's there's a wry smile on his face. He looks over to you, Carmeline, or Thomas.
Thomas is gonna shoot a sideways glance at Tommy. Before saying let's still Piglet. It's time.
Row face palms.
Tommy used when he said that.
It's Morbin time.
I'm gonna watch this for that line.
It's time to come pleasing me.
I will murder you. Here in front of everyone. There's not a single one in this room. Stop me.
I knew I shouldn't have healed her.
Chance Romine.
Actually, there's exactly a chance that Rose might. It depends on whether she can make the saving throw.
It's not even that. It's not even that. If you've been the Armchair Armorist attempt of sacrificial dodge.
Well, that doesn't stop her. That just slows her down.
Looks like there'll be casualties on your hands.
Well, I mean, this guy wants our credentials.
And I will give him my credentials. The way I've earned it.
Also, I do have to make a list.
I'm not sure she counts as a person.
Yeah, I still have Old Monster.
You have it prepared.
I do count as a human.
Okay. So, are you two going to weigh in, or do I need to roll something?
I'm waiting on Tommy to introduce herself first. After you.
She's gonna turn to the guy. Her eyes twitching, her hand falls up. I am Tommy. I used to serve at one point as private knight to the king. Kobold. You know. After it got turned into a little city-state.
In the last thousand.
And what moniker or title did you go by?
I wasn't one for title. I was kind of under the cover. But if you must know, he will pull out her knight title to show him.
Yeah, I imagine you have a signet or a seal or something.
Yeah.
The former king of Kobol, or rather, his wife was also no fool. So if you were to be in Surface so close, he's kind of, judging credentials and judging you. Can you make a persuasion roll to see how well he takes this these credentials?
Again, persuasion.
With your credentials, you can roll at advantage.
Oh, roll at advantage. Okay.
Okay.
I can roll crap at advantage. All right.
Alright, also. I rolled a 20 and a 19, so we're good.
Okay, you said 28?
22.
No.
22.
God,
No.
Persuasion
God,
was 2.
Persuasion
I rolled
was
a
2.
20 and a 19.
I rolled a 20 and a 19,
At advantage.
so it'd be at advantage.
Oh, good. Then I don't need this performance check to sing your praises. Just delete that.
Thomas is
He'll smile, a elderly smile. Yes. Though I do. And if you want, Kami, he's gonna make an insight roll on you. So feel free to so if you want to like hide anything, you can make a deception roll to counter.
Kami doesn't lie.
Yeah, but you have your wings out. And Thomas has his wings out. He definitely is going to give a chance to go, oh, family resemblance.
What? Well, he rolled a 1.
But you like a left guy.
That is so embarrassing because his modifier is really high. Okay. I don't see any undue turmoil in you.
By undue turmoil, do you mean conflict raging from within?
I mean intent to lord your power and ability over others, such as capturing merchant ships or warlording a whole village, things of that nature.
Kami's gonna laugh. He has a little bit of a blush on her cheek. Eon.
I do not begrudge any one of childhood years to imagine such things. I will not hold such 6-year-old imaginings against you now.
And then she looks at Rose. And then Thomas, and she's like, you know, if that's what you would.
He'll look over to Nishasa. He'll be like, well, I for one am. He'll excel, and then inhale. I for one am on a journey to develop my skills in both mind and body. There'll be a slight eye glance towards Kami. In order to pass the in order to challenge and succeed the current leader of my village, to gain all of the rights and privileges therein. I do believe that while things are good now, and I need to look up his hometown. Where am I from again?
Like, was my rendition so bad it confused him where he was from?
No, it's spelling. I had to make sure I got it right. Irael. Yeah. See, pronunciation. There's a weird apostrophe in there. I did them myself. Yes, and it looks like your journey has taken you many interesting places, some more rough than others. I'll look over to Lane. Supervisor Lane will state...
He's our accountant. No.
He's our accountant.
Tristan said that, not Ro.
I am of only moderate consequence here. I merely assisted in the these fine looks over towards Trevally, mostly fine.
Negative impact from my credit rating here.
Tommy's looks confused. Tommy's looks confused. He forgot how this guy every time. Considered fine. He's considered fine.
Well, you're not.
It's just you got them titties. You got them titties. It's a free get out of jail free card. Get out of jail free card.
In the recent endeavors over at Cardinal, I, in all justice classes, can of course go over it in detail at a later time. I do remember all of their actions quite well, and everyone here did exemplarily against, well, rather devastating odds.
You call that devastating? That was like the most fun I had. Hanging out with you guys in the longest time.
It was able to shatter the Magicite's spire.
Yeah, my famous movie.
You say shatter, I say fun. You got to write it on the way down.
I prefer excitement of that level in my books.
Probably read some for books.
Yeah, I'll wait for the movie version.
The headmaster will shift over and look at you. Look at you, Omeros.
Oh, cool. That's great.
You have...
Headmaster, you know.
Yes, I do.
I'm Batman.
You know who my family is. You know what my calling in life is. You know why I'm here. In fact, you should have a paper on your desk saying I've graduated.
They might still be grading it.
I'm looking at that con challenge.
Oh, it's literally just off by one. Oh well.
Hey, you don't necessarily need perfect score.
It's
make me a persuasion roll at advantage.
That's like you passed 4 out of 5. That's gotta be worth something. You scored what, 80%?
I mean, I barely failed the con. Even though I couldn't I would have totally hated myself. And things like that.
But you didn't.
Because you didn't say I couldn't. Because you didn't say I
Right.
couldn't. I didn't include that directly. Till it's required.
So, 85, 90%.
Yep. Because he knows you can roll at advantage. But he's judging how you just said what you said.
Keep roll dash. So it isn't so good, don't see it. There it is. There it is. Haha. I like these odds. I rolled a 1 and this is 19. I rolled a 1 and this is 19.
He'll smile at your words and then turns his attention to Keegan, just giving him a nod, and then over to Turbulent.
Oh, okay.
The dragon. That kind of dragon.
No, Keegan's literally my familiar. In the closest terms of familiar.
And you.
And me.
Yes,
And
you
me.
look quite interesting compared to the rest of Omarosa's companions. I'm quite interested to hear of you.
I look interesting compared to her. Points back at Kami. Who also has pointed out that she's not really hiding her wings.
I am far from interesting. This is a fact.
This is a
Well, you
fact.
see, I am past my prime. So if you think that there are things of her that interest me, you'll be sorely disappointed. Oh, those! So look at the wings. I thought the two of you were a fan of Mughals, or perhaps the Chocobos. Oh, those are real!
Thomas, you know how someone would roll their shoulders? He rolls his wings. It's like, pretty sure they're real.
I haven't seen such as this outside of books. Yes, I read. Looking at Keegan.
Leave Keegan alone. He's small and very defenseless sometimes.
There'll be an invisible giggle.
Oh, I forgot she was here.
What?
Yeah, Blue's still here.
Remember the Fey Dragon that I harvested when I was going way to go?
Yeah.
She's still with us.
She's just been invisible, riding around on Omaros.
Okay.
So yes, I'm just collecting all of the dragons apparently.
It's okay. If we fail in our mission, you can all point to Kanto next lunch.
But yes, tell me of yourself, and why the two of you have such interesting backs.
He should only be able to speak for himself and not for me.
Oh, are the two do not have wings for the same reason?
We definitely do not.
Oh, my apologies.
That's a lie. You're gonna need to roll con.
No, it's not a lie.
Because
the created and the purpose was created are two different purposes.
Our wings both come from our race.
He does have a point.
But he said our wings not for the same thing.
Not for the same thing. And
they're not, because again, I had a different role than Thomas.
That's up to the GM.
The intent came from the same place.
For the same thing.
Yeah.
For the same thing.
Well, technically no, because I was made by Zeus and you were made by Hermes.
I was made by the God who made all the angels. I was just born.
You're seriously splitting hairs, so due to the level of hair split you're doing, either deception or perception. Persuasion.
No. If he meant from the same place, and not like our purpose. So here's the get to speak.
Be like, you mentioned that you're not a young thing anymore.
Oh no, I am not. That doesn't mean I still won't be able to kick all of your asses.
I will respectfully say, Headmaster, that I am not here to fight you. Or want to go for that lesson.
And how many cycles have you been around on this world?
87.
Literally, he laughed as hard as I did. He's going to choke him. He's choking. And then be like, She slept for most of your life. Mentally, that's what I've Matt saying. But Thomas is gonna look at him and be like, I have been standing on this rock for well over 2,000 years.
Oh, have you now? Like your family line?
No, like I have been physically here on this planet. Take a couple. Actually, I know the exact number. Thomas knows the exact number. Off the top of his head.
I see.
And so Thomas will rattle off the exact number of years he's been on planet.
He runs a hand through runs a hand through his beard. Go on.
He said go on.
Yes, go on. You've told me your age, but what of you?
How familiar are you with pre-calamity religion?
That is more of Sakana's interest, not mine.
I say, given that most of the records blew up with the planet, probably not very.
Yeah. I am. Well, I mean, if he's not familiar with calamity religion, it's going to be very hard to explain exactly. But I am Targly. The first fallen angel. At your service.
I do not know what that is, however. The truth inside of you appears very earnest.
He's very earnest, is that what he said?
Interesting. But
Maybe we start getting you pamphlets.
all of your companions here have said something of why, of their motives, of their deeds, and I've been able to see the pride and ego and depths of the truth within them as they said it. What deeds have you done? What is of you that motivates you to be here in this place for these reasons?
What is it that motivates me to be here in this place?
Why are you on this quest? Yes.
Yes.
To be honest, Headmaster. Don't really want my wife.
See,
and at some point she's going to. I don't feel like the end of the world is good reason. My wife could die. So I'm trying to help stop the end of the world.
The capacity to help others, to be motivated for the savior of others.
Help one other.
Still, someone who is not you is an admirable trait, and one which can armor many an ember, physically and mentally. Yes, I understand this motivation.
Let's make one thing clear. I'm not Nimber.
No, but that does not mean that we cannot share similar qualities.
Thomas blinks and nods.
Yes. I do find you with the glasses at the end slightly dubious, however. I feel that there are things that you have done which you have not completely shed from yourself.
He's a work in progress. He only recently turned to the...
To the light.
I'm not sure if he's turned to the light, but he's only recently turned from shadow.
But as for the rest of you, your motives, and from what I can see inside of each of you, is worthy. That, combined with your success at overcoming extraordinary odds at Cardinal, and the faith the curator of Vesalia has placed into you, is sound enough.
Okay, Zordon, just go ahead and give us our abilities and our ways.
Follow me and see if you are of the same or close enough that it will deem thee worthy. What I am to show you, its outcome is out of my hands.
And not just because David's still writing it.
You guys will be, and Lane is going to be told like not to follow.
You're not an important enough PC to anything there.
Yeah. You'll be taken through various hallways until you reach a dead-end hallway, which the headmaster will take a stance and make powerful open palm strikes at particular parts of the wall, which sink in before rising and clicking back into place. The wall appears to tumble its individual blocks, falling, arranging itself into a short stairwell that links across a short chasm to another stairwell. This stairwell is shrouded in darkness, save for a glow coming in from something very small, very low. As you follow forth, the little kind of stick-like item that he had in the image, the tip of it glows, providing some amount of light source. You for those that have a passive perception of 20 or higher, you'll get the sense that there are, of course, this isn't like an abyss. There are walls here just outside, obscured in the shadow, but you have the feeling that there are probably traps here that just aren't going off. For those of a more magical inclination, there is a sense of strong magic hereabouts.
Thomas will be kind of on alert. I don't know how dark it is if y'all can see.
You'd be illuminated by his tiny illumination stick. Otherwise, you wouldn't.
No.
It's the equivalent of a torch.
I'll just use light.
That is better then. In which case, since you're using light and that has a bit more of a range than a torch, you'll see the mountainous walls are in fact alloyed steel or some other form of metal.
So the crystal room and the library are both reinforced in case of catastrophe. Good to know.
The metal has various words and symbols on it, along with, again, for those with passive perceptions of 20 or higher, you'll see tiny slits where either arrows or blades or some kind of physical deterrent would be released. You also will notice that where there are bends in the stairwell, that there are soft etchings of teleportation circles, presumably to have enforcements immediately come in. You'll then approach a box of a room that has tiny slits in it where there's this glow coming from it. The headmaster will once again take a stance and perform this strong, like 16-hit kata of a combo into a wall before finishing it off with a resounding headbutt that shatters the stonework outward, and the stonework goes out and freezes in the place, providing an opening into a chamber that, despite the fact that it's in a cube, the inner area is circular. Inside this circle, the circular platform is close enough to be with an arm's reach of what I'm about to show you. I wish I could find a better image, but
I'm actually surprised you didn't. I mean, that was literally the first thing that came up when I searched.
Yeah, but I wanted to be the right color.
Yeah.
This large earth brown, let's say yellowish, but earth brown crystal that is vibrantly humming with energy. Row, given your passive numbers I know there to be, the headmaster, while trying to keep it to himself, is a little surprised, as if he has never heard it resonate before. There is a silhouette of some kind of object inside of it.
Well, it's either really happy to see us or really pissed.
This is a secret that we have been holding. This, at least as it is, we believe occurred during, or perhaps slightly before the calamity. Our great founder has passed down from headmaster to headmaster that this is a power forged of good, forged of light. It is to be protected for when Yidris comes under a great peril.
Well, that's in theory now.
From what I've been hearing, I certainly would think so. And I have been proctoring and instructing students in the entire school for decades. I believe I have found the ability to discern the truth inside people. Unless, of course, I roll a 1.
So what are we supposed to do with it?
That is something that was not passed down, though it has never resonated like this before. There is something about all of you, or perhaps one of you, that has changed things.
I don't mean to be rude.
Did somebody fall asleep?
Yeah, I think Eric.
fall asleep?
Almost. I'm still here.
Oh, you were snoring.
I guess I did.
I still heard most of the conversation.
I was thinking, though. I guess I got too deep in the thought.
Well, I guess we'll enter the chamber then and see if it reacts to anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Indeed, let us go.
Okay. You will, you guys are like trying to actively notice whom it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least Ro is.
Okay, Ro. Okay.
I don't know if other people are doing that.
Is anyone else? What are you guys doing in order to get to see whether the resonance is because of all of you or one of you or some combination?
I'm just curious about it. I'm not actively trying.
You said you're not actively trying to?
Yeah, I was going to say, do we go in one at a time? Do we go in what it reacts to?
If that's how you want to do it?
Probably at least start with that, I guess, and that way we'll know whether it's a everybody or what.
Okay.
Guess my headset disappeared for a moment. You guys hear what I said?
We heard you cut off part way.
I said I will just be curious about it, but I'm not trying to be.
So yeah, I guess we'll go in one at a time, see if it reacts to anybody specifically, and if that doesn't work, go in as a group.
Well, I want to use process of elimination. How did we walk up in here in the first place?
We walked through the one door.
Discombobulated. So that means we'd have to walk in one at a time.
It could have been humming from the time we walked on.
Yeah, that we don't know. It's just he opened the door, it was humming, and now we're looking into the room.
Yeah, because the headmaster has not, from what Ro was saying anyway, I don't know if Ro shared, has not seen it do this before. No, I know he spoke about it. He said it resonated. Yeah, you guys know.
I rolled a 26 for perception.
Unless I have to roll investigation.
Unless I have to roll investigation, because I'm actively trying to figure out
because I'm not
who did it.
Well, you two are. You guys
you
are.
Could be it.
You guys are like, in a kind of tight-knit group.
That's why I'm saying we probably have to go in one at a time to see if it reacts to somebody more strongly than the others.
The opening is large enough to allow 3 people to go in at once.
Kami would hang back.
Kami would hang back.
It'd still be the last one to go.
But it'd still be the
Kami
last
doesn't believe that she is a hero.
Kami doesn't believe that she is a hero. Trained hero doesn't become a hero.
I don't know. Your fate could be different since you fell.
Well,
Yeah, no, he trains heroes.
He trains heroes.
So, in that case, then it sounds like people are wanting to do the go in one at a time thing. Who would like to go first?
R for bro, because logically he's the highest likelihood of a hero.
The descendant of a hero.
Okay, I'll step in first, and I'm 99% sure this will not react to me.
It is not reacting.
Yeah, for sure.
It is not reacting
Yeah,
any
for sure.
more than it has. Than it has.
Okay, I will back off then. Next.
I will put the Kit Kat and Thomas in.
Kit Kat and Thomas.
Oh.
One at a time.
One at a time.
Not fair. We will put
Not
Kit
there.
Kat
We will put
in,
Kit Kat
and then put
in,
Thomas in.
and then put Thomas in.
It doesn't seem to react any more to Kit Kat than anyone else. Thomas, I realize she says she's pushing you in. Are you also willfully going in, or are you letting her like push you in?
Before she pushes me, I'm like, I'm going in. Jesus.
I'm like, I'm going in.
Who?
Jesus.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Going in.
I'm going in.
Like, do we just retcon another religion into this world? God.
No, I would have said something about that. I was like, nope. But as you are like, I'm going in, and you go in.
When did another religion come into here?
The crystal glows brighter.
Thomas is gonna look at it and go.
We have a winner.
Dust my hands off. Tommy's gotta
Dust
be
my
like,
hands off.
my job
Tommy's gotta be like, my
Well,
job is
one. There's one hero per crystal, dear. No running off yet.
You gotta find all four.
But
You gotta find
here,
all
my
four.
job
Yeah.
here is done. My job here is done.
We don't know why. It might glow brighter with one of you two as well. It might not be me. It can't be me. It can't
Why not?
be me.
It's in theory one crystal per hero. At least that's the way it was. So if it's only going to react to one person.
I'm pre-calamity.
Yes, but the old heroes are dead. It picked new ones. The and at least according to what's printed, the crystals in theory predate the world. Because I was reading about that earlier.
Tommy's standing there.
Smug look on her face, but the
Smug
cogs
look
are
on her
turning.
face, but the cogs are
And slowly
turning.
that smug look
And slowly that
turns into one
smug
of
look
dismay, and
turns
she's
into
like,
one of
no.
dismay, and she's like, no.
No!
Yep.
No!
Gotta be fucking kidding!
Gotta be fucking kidding!
She's gonna turn around and like, I'm
She's gonna turn around and like,
my
I'm
quarters because I can't
going to
see.
my quarters because I can't
I need a minute to make the door.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And if I make it, we're
Oh,
stuck
yeah.
down here tonight. So you might want to hold off on the... You want to go to the end of the hall and have your tantrum and where we can't see you? That's fine, but...
As this is going,
Wait. Thomas is
Please
gonna
wait.
turn and look back at the crystal, and he's gonna be like,
you do still see, now that it's glowing brighter, definitely there's something on its interior.
Maybe touching it, but that's how it works in the stories. You touch the magic koozie, what's it, and it does the thing.
Kami, if this thing somehow kills me, make sure my wife knows that I love her.
I'd say this is the first time this has happened in like 1800 years.
Just
So
let her know that you married another woman.
Sorry to tell you this, but you're not going
She
to be
would
dying.
believe-
You're not going
She
to be
would
dying.
believe-
I'd have proof.
I'd have proof.
Thomas is gonna reach out.
give Thomas a luck die.
I preserve the right to luck dice. And touch because.
I mean, these are supposed to be the ultimate force of good, so you're probably fine.
Unless you're somehow considered evil. Unless you're somehow
I'm
considered
definitely
evil.
not evil. I have never at any point been evil. Tommy can't.
No, Kami's definitely been evil.
No, Kami's
She's reveled
definitely
in
been
it.
evil, and she's reveled in it.
You would have had something to say if you didn't roll that one.
She's very proud of her.
She's
her
very
evil
proud of her
history.
evil history.
Anyways.
Now, this is the part I'm curious about. It's like, what do you get for the rock?
You don't have to tell them. I'm more than happy to take that to my grave.
Well, you're just hiding it until we get to the next rock.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so you reach out to touch it?
Yes.
Okay. When you
Yes.
you touch it, the crystal goes completely alight. When I say completely alight, I mean like where you have like light rays coming out of it, and it's like blinding to look at, as if you're trying to look at a star. You'll then hear all around you sounds. Some of it sounds like that of creatures, some of which are recognizable to you as the sounds from certain corrupted and fallen. Others are foreign. Incant sounds that you can't quite make out what the spells are, because it sounds like you're hearing like part of an incant that a different voice doing another incant, overlapping, just kind of an overlapping voices. Some beginning to become clearer. When you will hear female voice cut through with has anyone seen Lyris? And with that,
cute.
Check the location.
He has a title screen for a flashback.
Title screen for a flashback.
Look at the. Yeah. Well, he didn't change the date, so.
Yeah, sorry, I did not change the date.
Oh! This is legit. Oh! This is legit.
It's like the old Heroes of Light.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Wow, they've got a lot of the same notable
Yeah, I noticed that.
What you talking about?
And they're on the same disc as us, too.
What you talking about?
So, I'm going to say that he is Darius, since he's the only one with a name at this point.
Yep.
He's the only one with a name at this point. Ro is probably going to be the blue-haired one. The blue-haired one. I want to say.
Are we not getting this cutscene? Or
One moment.
It's loading.
Because I'm looking at the time as well. Hey, well, yep, sorry, this will take a moment.
He has rabbit ears.
Have rabbit ears.
Yep.
Yes.
Well,
rabbit ears.
yeah, again, the old hero. It's not, they're not like reincarnations or anything in theory. Just the past hero happened to be a bunny dude.
Hopefully.
Oh, I know. I'm reading this sheet now.
Oh, he has a character sheet. Okay.
Yeah, they have character sheets.
Does anyone remember Final Fantasy VIII?
Yes.
Lagoon!
Laguna, yeah.
Yeah.
Couple missions of it.
This making all these sheets is what's been taking up so much of my time.
There's a lot on the sheet.
They also have plot boons.
I wonder which one I will be.
You're the Moogle.
No. Because it looks like what Kami's class is. Her class.
The Moogle is not a Dragoon. I can tell you that because that's the same picture of a Moogle I use on the title screen for the game.
Oh.
No.
It's got a sword and a shield and a cape.
Dang.
It
probably is me.
The class they have is not necessarily the class that you are.
Yeah, that's it, because they're not you. They're just you happen to have a connection to them.
guessing. Let me guess.
Let me guess.
Okay.
I somehow have that skin troll one of the pods.
Yep. I think he's going to make us play out the flashback.
Yup.
Oh man.
Oh, definitely not what I was expecting for his class.
Wait, he added their sheets.
If you go to your journal, there's a subfolder called Ancient Heroes under Book of Fate that shows you your connection.
Haha, I don't have such a book.
No, you do.
What is the spirit? What is the spirit?
Again, I told you this would be plot heavy.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
Oh wow, damn.
What, looking at the sheet and going, damn?
I'm looking at. I haven't even looked at the sheet. I'm a cat person.
It's okay, I'm a buck rat.
I felt like this is David getting back at me for the cat. David getting back at me. Blaster. It's cool. It's cool.
I was not expecting this. But you know what?
So basically, next week we're going to be playing a flashback episode.
Well, next week you're playing Star Wars.
Well, yeah, next session. Yeah.
Next session.
I just realized something, and I think I know what I'm doing now with my background.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh no.
DW1.
Charisma plus 1. The association of where the ability score increase went. Because I had to make all these by hand, so I was having to make notes for myself. Like the D plus 2, W plus 1, C plus 1, those are racial bonuses.
I'm hella smart. Oh, see, now I have to look up all this stuff.
Well, I mean, everything of you can just click on it and it'll tell you what it is.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I put every single description in there.
I'm wondering if these things that are labeled plot boons are going to be what we get.
You'll get your own plot boons.
Okay.
Those are the plot boons that these particular heroes have.
But just.
Yeah.
This is a flashback that Thomas goes through, right? The rest of the characters don't, right?
The rest of the characters don't experience it, but the players are going to be playing the other people. So when you find the others, each one is associated with you. So I will unveil the name, and then you'll experience different pieces of the the calamity, basically.
He's filling in the holes.
Okay, so this name first on the sheet
is not my actual name, correct?
Well, I mean,
it is your name as for the purposes of the flashback.
Yeah, for the purposes of the flashback.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Kami is not experiencing this. The player of Sierra is inhabiting this hero for the purpose of this flashback.
Okay. But like for the future, across the crystal for her. This is not the character for her. This is not the character.
No. Each of these are associated.
So when we come to Kami's crystal, you will have to play that person again.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be in denial, and you guys are really not helping.
Everyone should have cool. Well, there's a bit more of a significance to it, but it's because it's more of a cultural thing. Because the McQuilt, as far as current era is concerned, doesn't have a queen.
That's it. They're a bunch of random tribes.
Okay. Don't know what this means, but we'll figure it out.
I'm connected to the moon.
Well, that's why I gotta have the quotes, because it's like, here's the proper class name, but really it's Night. I renamed it to Night. Because there was no moon.
Like I say, this planet did not have a moon until these guys made it.
Yeah. But for the purposes of me not being confused if I need to reference back to the source, I had the original name in there.
Hey,
Really surprised it was not Dark
Hey,
Knight.
at least
I just find it hilarious that
played that it's not
science fiction.
science fiction.
There's a theme with all of my characters.
Oh, that reminds me, Eric. It is a rollable token, so if you right-click on it, you should be able to choose your other form. So.
I'm aware.
Okay.
I'm aware.
I'm just like.
So much. I guess
Thieves.
so much. I guess
Thieves.
Oddly enough, this lined up kind of where I wanted it, kind of where I wanted it. I wasn't quite sure how fast we would get here, but I really wanted the end of the session to be this, so at the very least, there'd be plenty of time for people to look things over and ask questions.
Okay.
Now, you guys probably would have gotten here much faster if Sierra wasn't able to make it, because then she wouldn't have had the interaction with Rick. But I'm glad both were able to happen.
I'm glad I was able to throw Rick through the ball.
He's in denial, by the way. It's like, he's just throwing a tantrum. Oh god, it hurts.
I just realized so much stupid shit. That you can do now. Tying the past hero of light. That's my character. But what my character is. Combined with shenanigans I told you
Yep.
were allowed to do.
I still have not yet figured out
Why this character and why this character
other than the fact that this character is Claire.
They may not have. There may not be an explanation for the connection aside from the fact that you're both tied to the Earth Rock. That might be the only connection.
Yeah, that could be the only connection for you.
As like the Earth Rock chose you as its next hero, and because that guy was the previous hero, therefore you are connected.
If people don't mind, I was thinking about expanding all the images just so people could take a look.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Sure.
Yes, go for it.
Yes,
Okay.
sure.
Yes,
What
go
would
for
have
it.
been Nikos?
He was the Moogle.
He was the Moogle?
So it's now.
Yeah, that's now Kit Kat. That's now Zasha.
Wasn't it?
That's not Kit Kat.
Kit Kat's just been the cat girl. Kit Kat's just been the cat girl.
He can't be Kit Girl.
And also, this Vera has an eye patch.
I was about to say that looks like an iPad. Okay.
And that is Thomas.
Thomas'
Version of the hero.
The
There's
Queen.
Tommy.
And there's Connie.
You know, it's funny. She actually looks kind of like Lightning Returns Lightning too.
She does. That
She
one
does.
Rose.
Yes, that is a Magus.
Apparently, he's got the other half of my sword too. Looking at the stat block.
And
go find your ancestry.
So you go find your ancestry.
here's one form.
Uh-oh. I see that helmet. The Wardens are in this game now.
Go ahead and share the other one.
Okay.
The other one.
This is why I'm laughing.
This is why I'm laughing.
Any game that's
Apparently, a freaking game that's fantasy based.
He's
Also a dragon.
He's a fucking mothering dragon.
And that is why I am now stuck realizing based on my class.
I personally think it would have been funny if you made his past self the black mage that he was talking about being.
Oh my god, that would have been...
If I had thought about that, but you see why I didn't want to go through because it would have been a massive ass spoiler.
Yeah. Well, I don't think discussing the past heroes of light would have been a spoiler. You know, if you told me why, that would have been a spoiler. But just like since I had written the setting, I was like, "What do you think the past heroes of light would be like?" I think we could have done that. But yeah, this works. This is cool.
I just find this funny. It's like my past.
Apparently, Taliesin was a much better army of one than Ro is.
I was like, you like that? I like that. That was great.
Upside. There are
Upside.
two good things about it.
There are two good things about it. One,
Tommy's gonna drink a hell of a lot more.
Tommy's gonna drink.
Thank good thing we have the tree of infinite booze.
Yes, true.
And two, she is so rubbing this in Rick's face.
Rick's face.
It's like you thought I would find a person you could steal away from me. Fuck you.
It's like, I told you I'd find the heroes of light first. Booyah!
Booyah! Booyah!
Yeah, but to be fair, Rick is possibly one of the most dangerous people that if he has too long of a conversation with Thomas. Because Rick knows how to do the one thing that Thomas wants to be able to do, which would be make Fiona immortal.
Yeah, but Rick doesn't know that that's what Thomas
Rick
wants.
doesn't know that that's what Thomas
Hell,
Give me another 3 levels, I can do it.
That's a
Hell, I could already do it on a 17% chance.
hell. I could already do it on a 17% chance if you asked me to.
and not to mention, I doubt Thomas would be willing to work with Rick, knowing what he stands for.
Rick, knowing what he stands for.
I also, by the way, do have a map for Old Idris.
Before we broke it.
Yeah.
Speaking of rolling a percentile chance for prayer, how many days
for prayer?
It was 2 days to get here?
Yeah.
2 days and we didn't spend the whole day here yet.
2 days and we didn't spend the whole
Yeah,
day.
we got here, what, early afternoon-ish, probably?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll make two.
Cool.
I will have
so I'll make two
prayers
I will have
for you. Roll
two prayers for you. You can roll percentage chance.
Because yes, I'm going to do it.
Because yes, I'm going to do it.
It's what I was previously discussing.
It's
not anything
what I was
that
previously
particularly
discussing. It's
stupid.
not anything that particularly stupid.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet, at least.
Do you remember what we were discussing before?
Oh no, I
What we
remember.
were discussing before.
I just feel like letting it
I just
roll
feel like
in
letting it
for this one.
roll in roll 20 for
Data
this
will
one.
be nice to me, but we'll find
Data
out.
will be nice to me, but we'll find out.
Since we're in theory done, we can close this out for a moment.
So, do we want it to be low or high?
So, do we want it to be low or
actually
high,
choose?
or do we want to
Up to you. Like, do you want the upper 17% or lower 17%?
I kind of want the 17%. But
I kind of want the
Well,
17%.
those are not usually an option.
Yeah, it's like starting 17 or, ending 17.
I'll go the starting 17.
I'll go the starting 17.
I got close.
I got close.
If only you allow me to get the middle 17.
If only you allow me to get the middle 17.
Yeah, but middle 17 is too easy to get.
Then they can only do it once a week. It's not like I'm going to ask for anything
once a
stupid.
week. It's not like I'm going to ask for anything.
The fact that you can do it at all is considered stupidly broken.
You literally get that at level 10.
You literally get that at level 10.
Yeah, you get Wish at level 10, basically.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
Actually, considering how they nerfed 5th edition Wish, it is that bad.
You do not get a % chance of losing it forever.
That too.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point.
Oh, yeah, that's
I get
a
3
fair
more levels
point.
in cleric, and then I
I
can
get
just do
3
this
more
once a
levels
week
in
every
cleric,
week.
and then I can just do this once a week every week.
Because level 20 is guaranteed.